Khánh Linh và Dương Dương xin được nồng nhiệt chào đón các vị khách quý cùng toàn thể quý vị khán giả đang có mặt tại Cung Điển Kinh Mỹ Đình, cũng như quý vị khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh phát sóng trực tiếp của Crossfire trên toàn thế giới. Đến với ngày thi đấu thứ hai của mùa giải CFS Summer Championship 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you to the second day of Global 5-Star Summer Championship 2022.
Kính thưa quý vị, như vậy là chúng ta đã trải qua ngày thi đấu đầu tiên với rất nhiều những game đấu gay cấn và kịch tính. Và sau 4 loạt trận gay cấn của vòng bảng thì Imperial đang xuất sắc tạm dẫn vị trí nhất bảng A. Trong khi đó thì PG Esports xếp thứ hai với một trận thắng trước Pacific Mata và một trận thua trước Imperial. Và tại cục diện bảng B thì sau 2 chiến thắng liên tiếp, Celebi đang xuất sắc giữ vị trí nhất bảng. Trong khi đó thì All Gamers và Team Myth đang có hiệu số map đấu là +1 và +2.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the first day of the tournament, we have identified the ranking of each team in the group stage. In the Group A, Imperial is temporarily leading the first place, and the second place belongs to PG Esports with 1 win against Pacific Mata and 1 loss against Imperial. In Group B, after 2 consecutive victories, Silapi is holding the top position in the table, while On Gamers and Team Myth are having a map difference of -1 and -2.
Vâng, và trước mắt chúng ta đang là loạt trận cuối cùng của vòng bảng nhằm tìm ra 4 đội tuyển xuất sắc nhất sẽ tiếp tục bước vào bán kết của mùa giải năm nay. Và 2 đội tuyển có điểm số cao nhất mỗi bảng sẽ tiếp tục đối đầu với nhau để tìm ra đại diện bước vào trận chung kết của mùa giải. Và quý vị khán giả ơi, các bạn đã sẵn sàng chưa?
And today we will hold the last battles of the group stage, and we will find out the 4 best team will enter the semi-finals, and the 2 first ranking team of each group will face off each other, and we'll find out who will be the first team advance to the finals tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Vâng, một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn quý vị khán giả. Các bạn đã đến đây vì Crossfire, vì chúng tôi. Và ngay lúc này hãy cùng hướng mắt lên sân khấu để chào đón 2 đội tuyển trong trận 3 của bảng A, giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2022.
And we would like to say thank you to all the audience for being here with us today and all the fans are watching live. And now it's time for us to welcome two teams to the stage.
Và ngay sau đây xin mời đội tuyển Pacific Mata di chuyển lên khu vực thi đấu.
And please welcome team Pacific Mata.
Vâng, xin quý vị khán giả hãy dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để cổ vũ cho đội tuyển Pacific Mata đi ạ.
And please give a ground applause to welcome Pacific Mata and wish them the best luck in the next round.
Và tiếp theo bước lên sân khấu sẽ là những đại diện đến từ Brazil, Imperial.
And the next team to show up is Imperial from Brazil.
Vâng, quý vị khán giả hãy một lần nữa dành một tràng pháo tay thật lớn để cổ vũ cho hai đội tuyển của chúng ta. Họ sẽ chuẩn bị bước vào một game đấu vô cùng gay cấn và kịch tính đấy ạ.
One more round of applause for our teams on the stage right now. And they will enter a very important battle.
Và ngay bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng đến với những diễn biến của ngày thi đấu thứ hai thuộc khuôn khổ vòng bảng giải đấu CFS Summer Championship 2022. Và đó là trận đấu giữa đội tuyển Pacific Mata và Imperial.
And now let the battle between Pacific Mata Imperial begins.
Ngay sau đây xin mời hai đội tuyển chúng ta sẽ cùng di chuyển về khu vực thi đấu. Khánh Linh và Duy Dương xin được nhận lại sân khấu cho bàn caster. Xin kính mời.
And we would like to invite all members of two teams move to the gaming zone. And now please return to our casters.
And welcome to day number 2 of CFS Summer Championship 2022. My name is G. Clef. With me, we have State. Of course, it is the second day. We still have 2 more best of 3s. So 2 more matches of group stage left to determine who's going to be first, who's going to be second, and which team from each group will be knocked out before we go to that semifinal. So very exciting matches to go through today.
Yeah, we've got some really good matches ahead of us and really important matches as well, as we're going to decide who will finally advance out of the group stages. And then after a short break, we're going to be going straight into the semifinals. So a lot of hype along the way as we get ready for the final day tomorrow. We had some really big upsets yesterday as one of our one of the Vietnamese teams,
Vietnamese.
actually beat All
The home
Gamers in the
team.
final match. I mean, that was absolutely incredible play from them. And man, I almost lost my voice. I mean, I was coming into work today and I was a little
We need you
worried.
there,
that
man. Don't go anywhere. I can't lose you. It's you and me forever until the last day.
It was just so exciting. There was so much hype.
With that Celebi win, that basically guarantees them in the first place. But still, because we have one more match from both groups, we are still yet to determine all the placements.
That's
of
right.
the other teams, especially Group A, we still don't know exactly who's going to be on top, in the middle, and the bottom. And that's going to be decided very soon because we are going to be starting with that matchup. It is going to be Pacific Mata versus Imperial first. But before that, let's go ahead and go with the overview once again. Today, we are at the middle day, August 13th, day number 2. Certainly, we did start slightly earlier compared to yesterday. And the final day, though, it is going to be actually starting 2:30, about 3.5 hours later than how we started today. Of course, we are live from Hanoi, Vietnam. It's been a while. We had an offline event with the fans, with the audience in the offline stage, which is incredible. Of course, the maps, 5 maps you love, you know so much. Black Widow, Sub-Base, Port, Ankara, Compound. Then we actually had a lot of sub-base bans yesterday. I was very surprised from that many bans of sub-base because especially the stronger teams like All Gamers and Imperial, they love to play sub-base.
Yep, interesting map picks so far in this tournament. And of course, there's a lot of money on the line, so you got to be careful when you're selecting those maps. You want to pick the best ones that give you the best chance of winning because $100,000 will be decided by the end of this weekend. That is $40,000 going to first place, and all 6 of these teams, they want a gun for that championship prize.
Yeah, Ben, we forgot to mention yesterday, and then there was also a plus Vietnam Esports Fund on top of that prize pool. So we might actually see some extra numbers adding into that big prize pool. 6 teams for now.
Yeah.
After two more matches,
Yep,
two
we're going to be
teams
going
are
to the
going
top
to
4.
be sitting at the chair and just watching the games. They can't play anymore. It's going to be a big day before we head into the semifinals.
Yep.
Too bad the schedule's too short. I wish we had like 6 days. Literally, like 6 days, like 4 days of group stage, and then like a big semifinal playoff, and then like a big third placement, and then a final day.
You're right. I mean, the action has been fantastic so far. Of course, the upsets that we had yesterday, but even the matches where kind of the favorites won, I mean, every single round it felt like teams were contending, you know? There was so much back and forth action, a lot of really exciting play, some fantastic crossfire action coming at you. And
Yeah, better teams won at the end of the except for the last one.
yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. That's right.
Big surprise, and with that, we'll see Group B soon. But for now, Imperial sitting on top with 1 win, but they still have 1 more match to go through. But with set score, they did have pretty big 2-0 set score.
Right.
Yeah, so very likely they will be staying on top and moving into semifinals.
Yeah, almost a lock, if not a lock already, for the semifinals.
That's
Only
right.
question is whether it's going to be first or second. And Celebi, of course, they played both of their games yesterday, and they won both of them, including the match against All Gamers, in very impressive fashion. So they will be one of the semifinalists, and then All Gamers and Team Myth will be playing out later today. And I believe match number 2. Yep. See right there on the screen at 13 o'clock.
If All Gamers drop out in the group stage, which I don't think still, they will at least advance very likely. But Team Myth, I think they're pretty much prepped against All Gamers. It won't be an easy game for All Gamers for sure.
That's right.
Maybe
Team
that
Myth.
loss of yesterday might actually be a mental breakdown for them. We never know what's going to happen. But I heard from the Chinese fans were just destroyed after that loss. That was not a guaranteed win, but they were supposed to win that match, so the fans were very disappointed from their performance yesterday from All Gamers.
Yeah, but moving on to the first match we're going to have today will be Pacific Mocta representing the Philippines up against Imperial, the best team coming out of the Americas, the Brazilian super team. Fans across the world are going to be watching this one, and Imperial, I mean, you see it right there on the screen. Head-to-head record 1.47 KD is one of the highest ones, if not the highest one I think we've seen in this graphic all weekend. I mean, that is just incredible.
And also, if I'm not wrong, I have heard that this was all the record from yesterday.
Oh,
so
is that
that's
right?
updated numbers just from the matches that we had yesterday. That's the reason why we had some higher numbers for Imperial, of course, all around. And team data. FunSpark Arena Asian Cup internationally, they haven't really been competing as much compared to the rest of the teams. But still, this team actually has a lot of history. If you go back 3-4 years, 17, 16, 15, even including 18, they have a lot of first, second, third places internationally. So as a team, they have a lot of really high prizes, high finishes. But after those years, they really came down a step because a lot of other teams internationally, like China, Brazil, they stepped up hard.
Yeah, especially forming kind of super teams like we're seeing with Imperial, you know? I mean, it's tough to compete with such a stacked lineup, but this guy, Revenge, one of your key players coming out of Pacific, he can hang with the best of them. We saw some fantastic gunplay out of him yesterday, and hopefully he will be able to deliver again today because this team, they want to make it to the semifinals if they can, and, you know, they're setting their eyes high.
Yeah, it's got to be very high. The MVPs, of course, are selected from data of yesterday's play only. And here comes Imperial, the best team. What else can I say? The best team, Superman team. They bring all the good stuff to this team because they are the best from America, best from Brazil. They're here to destroy challenge. They specifically said they have formed this team to beat China. And will they be able to do that? Because right now, All Gamers, they don't look 100%. So maybe it's time for All Gamers. Maybe it's time for Brazil to take that crown back to the country. I think this team looks incredibly good. Of course, Fefe, we've heard from him in the interview yesterday, and he's feeling confident, showing a lot of respect to the other teams in the
he
group.
should be.
But he's thinking, his entire team is thinking, we should be moving out as first from the group.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys missed the games yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
you definitely go back and watch those with Imperial because they were playing hot and fast. I mean, we had rounds that were finishing and it felt like 20, 30 seconds for an
Yes.
entire half. This team can be incredibly aggressive when they feel the need to, and it's just fantastic to see what we got from them. But
That was actually the only match that I finished before 1.5 hours.
Yeah.
It was insanely fast.
it
And
was a speed run.
talking about speedrun, we already have the bans, compound ban, and a sub-base ban from Pacific though.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting, and especially Imperial and All Gamers. I think the two highest win rate out of the 5 maps, they both teams actually have the highest win rate on sub-base. So I think it's really good to ban that map out. And then first map we're going to Ankara. So a lot of Ankaras happening in this tournament.
It's a very beloved map.
I think we've seen at least three already, and then we
Yeah,
go to
for
Black
sure.
Widow. Then Port will be our set number 3 map if we go in there. And let's before we go into the match, though, we do have the video ready. Take a look at the players for both teams. And let's go. We are in game already. Pacific starting from Blacklist, and we have Imperial defending from the Global Risk side, actually going aggressive into that AC. Pacific doesn't really know that that's happening. Smoke covering main. A main has been blocked with that angle.
Yep, Aldrin checking out vents over there on the left, but little does he know that Imperial has 2 more players waiting in that corridor, the connector between A and mid. Fefe, of course, a great angle right there with the flash coming in, and Eli is going to be able to get 2 kills right off the bat. That's Fefe and LKK going down. Lucam suffering quite a bit right now as Aldrin pops off as well, and man, Imperial suddenly down to 3 players right now. IndyRF will fight back, get 1 knock right there on AZ, and suddenly a 4v2.
And still with that, ADRF did get 1 kill plus some grenade damage, but the bomb's already planted. Pacific, they are detailed in that push. Yep, just flashing out from AC. There's a kill again from ADRF with the rotation of help of Goken. From no one actually coming from A passage. That's a big surprise. Pacific has 2 looking out for the court. Another one from ADRF. And then we go A top. Goken gets a headshot through. Oh, what in the world? This started as a 4v2.
Yep. Imperial fighting back right now. Is ADRF just going straight? He's gonna stick it.
That is it.
Oh my goodness.
ADRF he's got balls. He brought everything to the table to begin his first round. Very first round to go for the defuse when you still have your enemy. He wasn't even that far away.
He was just meters away. I mean,
And you can actually get the headshot. It's a little hard, but you can actually get the headshot even if you're defusing because you're not looking down all the way. And he heard the defuse, but I don't think he really...
maybe thought it was a fake or something like that.
Because
but
there was
ADRF
still plenty of time left on that bomb.
Yeah, but
Maybe about
ADRF...
10 plus seconds, right?
Yeah, ADRF just sticking it out, surprising not only the players for Pacific, but us and probably the viewers at home as well. And that's a fantastic window for Imperial when they were off to a poor start. I mean, 4v2.
Yeah, ADRF. Yeah, getting three kills on his own. And
the
Goken getting
defuse.
1. Yeah, of course there was a defuse, so only 4 kills in total. Here comes A push. Rizal trying to stay on top, gets 2 kills in a row, and but his teammate was dropped. Aldrin is actually playing really well today to start off. 3 kills already to break through A top, along with AG. So A side again, bomb has been planted, but here comes Goken again with that pistol. Headshot through the fence.
Man, Goken, it feels like he doesn't even need a sniper right now. He's just playing with his pistol. He's getting through the smoke. try and find another one. He finds Revenge, and he does take him out. Switches to the sniper, but no, not able to do it. ADRF again clutches it out right at the end. Gets the final kill there on AZ and the defuse. 2 rounds back to back for Imperial, going right down to the wire with ADRF coming through in the clutch.
2 defuses already. Pretty quick in action, and Imperial, even after the plant, ADRF plus Gouken, they do not wait and give time for Pacific to actually go into the base spots at all. They just immediately ran down through the smoke, which was the perfect choice. They are feeling the speed already. And now Pacific, though, there's a huge push through the corner. Imperial really pushing the map, and Pacific, they don't really know this is happening around the map yet.
Yeah.
And B-side is totally open. Now Gouken rotating back. Pacific is sort of trapped in the middle.
Fefe just holding the high ground right now. Some shots there on Revenge is going to reveal his position to Aldrin and Eli as they slowly begin to make their way back up. Aldrin has been playing really well, not only in the start of this set, but yesterday. One of the key players there for Pacific as he picks up another kill, this time on Fefe.
And it will continue. Aldrin gets another, make that 5-2 for himself already in 3 rounds. As Revenge is actually up on his foot with barely some bit of HP. And this AC being controlled.
Ooh,
oh, that's
Aldrin.
a big fight.
Aldrin once again is going to be able to trade out Eli and take ADRF down. That's another kill in his bag. 6 to his name so far, only in 3 rounds with 2 players left to go. I mean, the score right now, it might be 2-0 for Imperial, but this is feeling like a really close neck-and-neck start.
Not feeling it. There's another teammate coming up the stairs on the side. Aldrin's going to get the headshot immediately after losing his teammate. Now bringing it down to 1-2. Now can actually make the save. Revenge was really low on HP, so it takes him down. Both damaged. Let's see, because C4 is being planted on A side once again. Will it be a retake, successful retake and defuse again from Imperial, or finally a bomb plant on A side successfully done by Pacific?
Well, Ryu's out, have his work cut for him is Aldrin. Top of the game right now. Aldrin pushing up the stairs, gets a spray in, and on 1 HP is going to be able to clutch it out for his team Pacific as they get on the board here in round number 3.
And finally a round for Pacific coming into A side. I thought they were rotating into B side. Potentially they were looking to go towards underpass, go below B bottom, and then make that push, but after filling office, there was actually no sound and nothing coming out from B side. Maybe too many resources used by Imperial towards quarter. Pacific felt that there was a big push from A side.
Yeah, Pacific briefly leaving the C4 up at the top of mid, and then I believe ZYK went back to fetch it. It's 3 players now positioning outside of A. There is an interesting kind of 1-3-1 split here for Imperial as they're just kind of planning on controlling the central area before rotating onto a site if it gets pushed.
I think Imperial is expecting to actually come to B site.
Yep, Aldrin again. He's going to take the ADRF. He said his number, man. I feel like if ADRF is going down in any of these maps, it's always going to be Aldrin taking him out.
And Gouken looking at the angle through AC. Eli spotted him, but no shots actually landing on either. Gouken takes some damage, but that's about it.
Yeah, we'll see now as AZ with a nice spray is going to take down Lucom. 4v3 now in the favor of Pacific. Gouken still now with a sniper rifle. Moving over here on B, there is Eli right under him. Not able to get the shot, though. ZYK actually takes Gouken out. Fefe now trades with Revenge. That's going to be him going down, and it's now a 3v1 as Ryuzao is the last remaining player here for Imperial.
And Ryuzao's just still trying to peek in. It is 1v3, and it's going to be really hard with Eli in the bomb side. Really guarding that B long with ZYK.
Yeah, and you just see how difficult Pacific is making it for him right now.
Ryuzao's got no flash, no smoke, nothing available for him except for his AK. That is the only tool. He's got to make it work. There's one headshot, then the second one to connect. Eli's in the bomb site, but cannot get the third target down. That was a close call.
Yep, Eli able to clutch it out there for his team right now, whereas Pacific draws it even 2-2, man. And I mean, we came into this tournament thinking that Imperial and all gamers might be running away with it, but these teams are giving them a run for their money. Not just the Vietnamese teams, but also Pacific as well. Just putting a fantastic performance here to start off day number 2.
For sure, Imperial, they're still giving them a lot of map control. Pacific's actually moving in quite fast throughout the map, always pushing, except for one round, always pressuring into the quarter, checking vent, and then switching into the rotation. I wish they can do that a little faster, just like yesterday.
Well, they're doing a little bit more quickly this time right now as ZYK gets a great entry out of air duct onto A site. Only Ruzao here to defend the players on the team. Scramble to get onto site. Ruzao now spraying, trying to buy time, gets a lot of damage in, but Eli will eventually take him out.
Gouken does get one from the sniper spot from the base, but that is about it. A lot. Here's Eli from the left side. The flash is working out, but Adrian does get one in trade.
Just ADRF and Gouken up for Imperial now as it's a 2v3. Bomb has been planted, 35 seconds on the clock. As Gouken trying to do this. His teammate in the meantime is going for a wide rotation and then catching Revenge kind of unawares with that one right now, as that's going to even it up to a 2v2. 25 seconds though, so not enough time to complete that rotation. He's going to have to come in here with Gouken.
Flash available for Imperial. That was a Gouken turning around kill. Again, ADRF, the duo with Gouken cleaning things up. Again here, A-top has been defused 3 times from this duo.
Every single time that Imperial has won so far in set number 1, it's been ADRF in the clutch. I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the 2 backup members into that A side has been the main killers. ADRF 8 and 2, I think was the score. Gouken actually dropping down to get an early pick, and he will not be able to cover, but ADRF actually reaching out to. Also, Rizal was actually having a sniper kill here, a second one.
Fantastic start here for Imperial in this round as Ruzao not quite able to connect with the sniper right there on Eli. AZ in the background is going down though to Lucom's AK.
Eli here getting one, but Rizal just going to finish him up through the wall as he was stuck in that box forever.
Yep. Imperial now taking the lead 4-2 here in set number 1, and we've got a show for our fans right now as Pacific is really delivering above expectations, making Imperial work for every single round. I feel like a lot of these rounds could honestly just go either way.
And I'm surprised that the Pacific is actually bringing up the speed to match up with the tempo of yesterday's.
Oh, fantastic shot there by Revenge.
Yeah,
it out.
Fei was hiding, and also Lucam was holding his position right next to Revenge kill.
All right, AZ now spraying down Lucam. It is a 3v2 in the favor of Pacific. Gouken's trying to find a shot up here on mid. Pacific player now rotating over to the east side, looking to posture towards B site.
Slowly, but Gouken is ready in position, looking out towards B long. Does not find his target. Eli made that swift maneuver down the stairs.
Yeah, Gouken not able to connect there, and Eli makes him pay for it there with the AK as it's a 1v3. The bomb will be planted here on B site.
We've seen this kind of 1v3 about Rizal now from B long. I don't think that's the position you want to go for when you're up against 3 players. The 3 riflers from Pacific. He slowly crawls up back to his base. Cap hits one. That's a pretty good headshot line that he always goes for. But Eli, this time he's in the up on the nest where the sniper spot is going to be. Rizal, is he just going for the wall shot? I think he's going to try. 17 seconds. The time is ticking. Eli comes down the stairs, but does get the final kill once again. Saves the team from being destroyed by Rizal once again towards B side. It feels like we've seen that too many times already today.
Getting a little bit of deja vu over there on B side. It was a 1v3 turns into a 1v1.
If it's an A push, then we are left with Adrian, ADRF and Gouken. If it's a B push, we're left with Rizal from Imperial.
Yeah, that's been the story so far here in these first 7 rounds right now is Pacific kind of slowing it down a little bit. Posturing all the way over in quarters passage towards A as the C4 is just lingering there towards mid. Imperial again playing with 3 in mid, so I mean they seem to be pretty content to have a lot of players in mid able to quickly rotate either to A site or B site depending on the team's needs.
I think this is the data and the result of having a lot of data on Pacific because they don't really like to control the B office to begin with from the blacklist side. Imperial, that's the reason why they're just letting that go. Also, okay, actually controlling the stairs and the bridge. Except for that, it's actually pretty much empty.
Revenge with a whiff there, and ADRF makes him pay for it right there, taking him down. And Imperial right now, up a man here is, wow, Imperial actually popping off. Look at that kill feed right there as they just wipe him out. Pacific decided to push on the A side, and it was maybe not the best plan because Imperial's defense there was absolutely top-notch. Gouken finishing off in the round, now up to 8 kills, and we have 2 players on Imperial's side already in double-digit kills in this half.
Yeah, it's not just that. Because Imperial pushed so far out the map near the outbreak on the other side of the map, A-side defense, they pretty much knew that there had to be an attack coming soon enough towards A-side. That's the reason why FFA was totally ready from with that headline. Plus, Gouken actually in a very weird angle for the sniper. He was actually hanging out on the side stairs. And no sniper actually holds himself there because once you miss your shot, you basically go down. But
Yeah.
Gouken is feeling still confident with 8 kills already.
And we'll see if he's able to continue to deliver right now as Becom gets a shot there on AZ, but not quite able to get the finish there. And AZ is going to survive that one barely and take him down right now as he's maneuvering back over towards A. Imperial though. AZ gets another one right there on ADRF. Excuse me, he's actually moving over there towards B, moving potentially towards office entrance right now as Pacific just kind of eating up the map. You look at the mini-map right there in the top and Imperial's all in the corner right now. ZYK picks off FA and Pacific, they just keep taking these 1v1 trades and winning them.
Another really quick occasion there is Gouken. Of course, he's the sniper, but he used to be a multiplayer, just switching guns all the time, so don't worry too much. But 1v4 situation is what he has to go through with this AK on his hands. Will he be able to pull off a couple more kills at least?
I'll be surprised if he's able to get out of passage, man. Pacific do not want to get him anywhere close to the side, and that's going to be it. I believe 4-5 is going to be the score there in that first half.
Right.
So
4-5.
Quite even to start things out. A lot of people probably expecting Imperial to run away with this one, but our Filipino team with a really impressive showing, making this a match.
And the most surprising fact for me from Pacific is that not just that they were rushing into Imperial, who had a lot more map control, but not only that, they also had, can't recall exactly, but at least 5 bombs planted.
Yeah,
or
that was
6
a lot
bombs
of
planted on
plants.
either side.
I want to say, yeah, at least 5. Because
that was actually a very successful amount of attacks against Imperial.
Yeah, and I think maybe some of that goes back to the way Imperial was playing their defense. We saw a lot of the time them trying to just control mid with a 1-3-1 split, and the problem with that is if you only have one player defending a site and the other team decides to push, they can often clean out that player maybe with a trade, and they will get the plant, and then the onus is on you as the defender to retake that site, and that's why we saw ADRF with 2, maybe 3 diffuses there, and multiple other plants on each site go uncontested. As now we have these teams switching side right now, and we'll see if Imperial is going to be able to bring the heat. We saw them yesterday really turn up the aggression when they could on Blacklist, and see exactly what their plan is now as we see 3 players kind of posturing outside of B. Gouken is holding that long angle outside A in case any of the players from Pacific decide to push out, but for now Pacific just kind of content to play back. 2 on A, 3 on B.
Yeah, that's where you jump. Sometimes you can actually fall down from that box, but so the big jump there, big jump, super jump, whatever you want to call it, to check the sniper who's actually on the stairs or not. It's not going to be there, so very likely that Revenge is holding position down near the base or A site. So that's information that is a good check.
Yeah, we'll see now. Ruzan is trying to clean up this corridor just a little bit and get some control of the situation as Imperial is continuing to maneuver on the map towards B site, but still a lot of time on the clock. We'll have to see if they decide to commit here. Revenge continuing to hold that angle.
Just Imperial focusing now towards maybe switching into a yard, maybe going to the passage. Breaking in. There's Revenge missing a shot. The ADRF right on the target. AD trying to defend from B long. It's going to be flashing, delaying the attack. But too many targets, too many enemies on B side already.
Yep, ADRF with a great entrance there, gets things rolling for them on B side, and it's just Eli up for Pacific, and he does win that trade, but at what cost as he's at 1 HP and gets finished up there by Fefe. As Imperial takes another one, 6-4.
Going one up at a time. Gouken just checking because Revenge does like to poke. As we have seen yesterday, we've seen a lot of Revenge here, at least making that push fast enough. There's AZ. He's still in the defense mode on top of these guys. Going towards B. realizing that B side is actually not taken. Imperial's actually moving in slow. The defense already came into the site. 2 members ready for the defense for Pacific.
Yeah, we'll see. Aldrin right now on the AK going to try and hold this off. He's moving back towards the boxes. His nades are coming in from Fefe and Gokun. This is giving the Pacific players time to rotate, but Fefe with a great shot here to take down Aldrin. He gets another one right there as AZ goes down, but he does get traded out.
Back-to-back kill from both teams. Now 1-2. Eli left it very low amount of HP, only 15. Muzao does have the C4. Actually goes for an ADRF. Doesn't even give him time to move into the site. And 2 in a row already. Imperial, it seems like they just want to sweep through again. And second half Blacklist.
Yeah, we saw this yesterday as well. I mean, they really seem to feel themselves when they are playing Blacklist. It plays to their strength. They love to make these really strong, decisive pushes. And even though the last one, it wasn't super quick. It wasn't like a straight-out bum rush of B. It was still a very decisive push with all of the players coming through that corridor, taking B site with confidence. And now, maneuvering outside of A site, we'll have to see how this attack is going to go.
First time actually diving into that A site. Going into the favorable positions to check into vent and maybe just flashing into A. From the maneuver of 2 going into AC, I think they still want to push the yard towards the GR base. Having some default checks before they actually rush in. No flash in, they just want to go straight dive.
Yep. Fefe with a great entrance, going to get Aldrin there. Wow, actually 3
Not
players.
even a single flash in A top. They just straight in went through and then used the flash afterwards.
They didn't even need any utility right there. As Pacific had a 3-man defense there on A site, and they weren't able to take anybody down. And Imperial just kind of running a clinic right now on Blacklist with a fantastic attack.
That was silent but deadly. No flash, no smokes, but they just went in straight and entry headshot. Another kill to connect. I believe it's a timeout, by the way.
Yeah,
should be by Pacific because map score should be 8-4 if I'm not wrong. So I think it's a pretty good time when Imperial is sweeping through all over the map in the second half. I think it's a good time to sort of just cut that momentum.
Especially after that last round, because I was looking at it, we had 3 players for Pacific all in position to defend that site. And you would think with a 3-stack on site that, I mean, your defense should be formidable. I mean, perhaps you won't be able to defend the site completely, but you will be able to buy time for your teammates to rotate. You'll be able to pick off some kills, get some trades. But no, it was just a full team wipe there. As Imperial on Blacklist, man, they're just another beast.
Yeah, that was some incredible moment because those 2 kills basically happen, and sometimes when you get 2 kills from A, everyone just switch back into pistol and just runs A top, thinking that it's empty. But like a second after, maybe 1.2 second after, they got a 3rd kill right immediately, and bomb planted A side. Gokun was covering from the yard side, having that long control towards the center passage. So nothing was actually going right for Pacific. Maybe it's time to spend 4. Even we've seen some 5-man defense happening from lots of regionals.
Yeah.
It's not the most common from the Asian region, but from EU, MENA, and America. We've seen that happening. Put 5 men and have some rotation towards one map, and then just sweep through the map with all 4 or 5 instead of having a split defense. That usually doesn't work. It actually goes the opposite way. Whenever you have like 4 men on one side, it always happens to be Blacklist attacking into the lower number of defense.
Yeah.
So here we go. The tactical pause is over.
Oh, that was a fantastic nade, actually. Gokun and Lucom taking a ton of damage with that one. As PM, as you said, I mean, they're kind of sticking together more as a team with 5 players all kind of moving towards A. A lot of these coming out from the central passage, trying to gather intel, make sure that they're not wasting their time here, perhaps afraid of Blacklist making a big rotation over there to B, but for now, just holding them off.
Oh, here's the catch. I don't think I've ever seen 4-man defense, 1 from vent, 3-man from AC. See how well they can actually make this trade. Gokun still next to the box. Eli plus Revenge is actually there to cover himself.
Yeah, Eli with some fantastic shooting there is going to be able to take 2 players down, and his teammates backing him up, and the C4 is now down outside of A site. So Imperial, who's now in Fefe, it is a 2v2. They will have to go take that C4 if they want to win this round or posture towards these kills. That corpse actually
but because there's so much time and there's so much time, and because Fefe and Rizal, they can actually make the rotation. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. I don't think they even care about the C4.
No. Well, I mean, the C4 kind of means that you know Pacific is going to be trying to defend that position because they gotta hold it down. So,
But because Imperial, they had a lot more information from all over the map. They were still having the upper hand. That's the reason why the C4 didn't really matter.
true.
They
yeah.
knew that Pacific, they had to be near quarters.
That's a good point.
And again, Pacific, I like the push though. Instead of waiting for Imperial to come into them, I like the decent amount of pressure created around the map and then
Eli
backing out.
again, picking up 2 kills, 3 kills there right from the get-go. We didn't get to see the last one right there on ERF, but man, Pacific coming to life right now as Gouken is the last player standing here for Imperial in round number 14. We'll see if he's able to make a miracle happen. He will be able to finish off Eli, who is bruised. Gets another one. That was a beautiful headshot right there, but I mean, there's too many guns up for Pacific. You can't keep trading. But man, Pacific.
Oh, game is actually not over here. It's 9-5, and I think they were a little too excited
For a
and thought the map
moment.
was over. No, it is not.
No.
Imperial still has to take one more round. Come on, guys. Maybe it's a little too early. Let's go Pacific. They still need 4 rounds in a row to match the score up to the 4 extra rounds. But
wow,
a lot of the
Pacific.
riflers, Aldrin, Eli, coming back alive for the team, really catching it. And Imperial, this is the moment where you think, a lot of teams, we talk about this all the time, when you hit that magic number 9, you think, okay, we won the map already. We just have to work to get one, but
Yeah.
sometimes that one round will never come to you when you are having that kind of mindset.
That last round is often the hardest one to get. I mean, a lot of us in our FPS games, we have the same experience. It doesn't matter what game you're playing. If you're trying to win that last round, it's always difficult with the pressure on. You just want to be able to close it out. But Pacific, as you said, they're riflers with some fantastic shooting. Have been able to kind of stem the tide here as Imperial is struggling to close this one out.
Yep, I also have personal experiences like that during the tournament where we just had to go through the one last round and we end up losing actually. It seems impossible because when you have this many chances, you think it's okay, but once they start to catch up, even though you're still winning in round, you're feeling the pressure even more compared to the opponent.
Yep.
That's what we call momentum. That's what we call a chase in this type of situation. But still, Imperial, they do have a lot more rounds.
Yeah, and this maneuver over to A site is actually looking very fortuitous for them. And there's only Eli on site to defend as PM have 2 players in mid, 2 players on B, perhaps not expecting this push to come in on A. Eli does get one though. He's moving the rifle. He gets a lot of damage there on Lucom. Not
Eli
buying too much time right now with Eli trying to stem the tide, but no, Lucom will get another kill.
AG comes from AC, tries to get one more, and also the pressure from Passage is actually pretty good, getting 2 kills in
Yeah.
a row for Pacific, now making it from 4 to 3. Now it's 2 to 3, actually in greater of a number for Pacific. Knowing that the C4 is not being planted, they don't really have to come into A side yet. Now they will have to, about 40 seconds, plenty of time to make all kinds of rotation.
I don't think they're going to be making any big rotations, though. It looks like they're all just going to be coming through Passage, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure exactly what the utility situation is for them, but...
There's a big
Oh,
smoke.
okay, here we go, the
out.
rotation.
They had too much time, so I think it's a safe call to at least send 1 or 2.
Yeah, I like this. Right, AZ and Ultra coming in. Bird's eye view on this action right now as AZ will be able to take down Gouken. Just Ruizao up for
Okay, 10
Imperial, and he
Ooh.
gets cleaned up, man. You were right about that rotation. They decided not to send everybody through Passage. Came up through A main, and beautiful play right there. Going to bring it to 9-7.
Yeah, when you're outnumbered, you actually have to, because Imperial actually planted the bomb so late, they had Pacific had so much time. When that happens, you have to bring all of your members into A Passage and check if they're making any rotations. So
Right.
you actually buy so much time killing one side, so you can focus on A main only. And Imperial actually does that all the time, but in the previous round they did not. I think they were feeling the pressure of the chase that we just talked about.
Yeah.
Now it's 9-7, just 2 rounds away from Pacific. It used to be 9-5.
Yeah, you can feel the momentum shifting in the favor of Pacific right now, but still Imperial on match point. They just need 1 more to close this out as they're working with a 1-1-3 split. AZ with some shots there, going to damage Lucom just a little bit before backing off to a safer position back here on B. There are 3 players for Imperial roaming around in the offices. Now rotating all the way back down to the south.
Yeah, really pressuring into yard passage. There was some movement from Pacific once. But no other team's actually using that much in this matchup. Let's see, because that has been one of the favorite spots of Imperial push, along with the Central Passage. Maybe they're really concerned about Revenge holding his position oftentimes, but he's actually B under.
We'll see. And actually, Eli is playing really back here on A side right now.
I like this though, Pacific. They're giving a lot of space and time for Imperial to actually have A side total setup.
Yeah, this could go either way, though. I'm a little bit concerned for Pacific because that bomb is getting planted right now by ABRF. Revenge is going down on the rotate, especially if it catches him in the back. And we have 3 players coming from Passage, but there's a lot of utility still up here for him.
Yeah, the quarter passage from the BL base. The entry through the smoke, but too many. Yeah, way too much firepower on top of Imperial. Let's see. OZY can't break through the wall, and Resounds responds back now down to 1-2. Can they do it? Imperial will finish the round finally and grab the match here. Not the match, a map at least for Ankara. As Pacific, they really had a run at the end, 3 rounds in a row. It seemed like it was almost possible.
Yep.
But the 4 rounds in a row to begin with, the second half, I think that hit them really hard.
Yeah, but I mean, they may have lost the map, but they got to be feeling good about that because that did not start very well for them. And I mean, we've seen this Brazilian team play so well on the Blacklist side that to be able to kind of kill that momentum, you're going to be feeling better as the Filipino team moving into map number 2, map number 3, you know? I mean, they've shown with a 10-7 score that they can hang with the best of them, and they do have a chance here.
I think that's that's actually a pretty good point because going into the second map, Black Widow, which a lot of teams, all the teams, they I would say the oldest map basically have equal chance, equal experience, oldest map.
Oh,
but
it's a
usually
classic.
when we go back to the classic, the original, then a stronger team usually end up winning. That it's one of those maps where we actually have that kind of stats work out the most. But this is again the map for Pacific if they actually choose to go to the double sniper. They had some excellent moments yesterday, if I can recall correctly. And Imperial, they can always just switch back and forth to push any side. So this will be the map where we can actually tell a lot. What we thought was Imperial, I thought we were going to have a lot more rushes coming down from them, just like
Yeah.
yesterday. But today, maybe because we're playing slightly earlier in time in Vietnam, they were sort of quiet. Maybe they just had their breakfast not too long ago.
Just getting the coffee
Needed some
flowing.
time to digest, and I think we might be ready for some rush in from the Blacklist side, especially if Imperial is actually starting from Blacklist.
Yeah, they might
Let's
be.
see.
They might be, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some really high octane aggression from them, like we saw from them in day number 1. But also, it could be them showing a little bit more respect towards Pacific because Pacific, they were really giving them a run for their money there right at the end. I mean, we could feel the momentum shift as it went to 9-7. It seemed like Pacific really had a chance to win the final 3 rounds to close that one out, but instead coming just short. Have to see how Imperial is going to play this one on the Blacklist side here in set number 2.
Yeah, that's going to be the important cue because Imperial yesterday, they rushed through all maps basically. It was a pretty quick 2-0.
It was chaos.
Yes, and we were talking about hurricanes, but I think I was wrong. They're much more of a tornado basically.
Oh, yeah.
Destroying everything in their path.
Absolutely, man.
Hurricanes, it takes
think,
a long time, but the tornadoes are the way.
Yeah, yesterday we were commentating, and one of the halves finished so quickly, and it was going so in the favor of the Brazilian team that I thought we had a technical pause that was called. But no, it was actually the half. The
Yeah,
half
the
was
half
there in
was
like
done.
5 minutes. It was something insane. One of the fastest crossfire matches I've ever seen in my entire life. We'll see if they bring the heat here in set number 2. I can't wait to see who's on Blacklist to start things out. But yeah, man, Pacific providing a really good showing there for the Filipino fans back at home. I mean, you know they're up there, they're at home, watching these guys on their computers, cheering for their favorite team, cheering for the favorite players, and Pacific, they want to give a good showing for their fans, you know?
And Pacific, I hope they actually brought a solution against Imperial on this map because in the regional of America, there were some weak points for Imperial. Of course, we have the amazing Goken in A side, sometimes solely defending A side because we know they also understand the power and the man can certainly handle the pressure.
Yeah.
But because of that factor, Goken is watching a long and short by himself oftentimes, and that actually became a target for some of the teams in America and actually worked out in Black Widow. Once Goken was destroyed on that map with so many flashes and grenades, sometimes the map was actually lost. I think that was one of the weak points from Imperial because they put too much pressure on Gouken, and once A site was destroyed, there were a lot of chaos in between, having a lot of rotations from Imperial, and in news of that, the opponent team actually won the map. I think it was a pretty big score of like 10-6, 10-5,
Yeah.
and that didn't really happen through the entire tournament of CFS Americas. So let's see if Pacific will try the same, because they do have Revenge, who's also a really great sniper.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, just like yesterday, Gouken is going to be very likely be staying on that A box or behind that A radio.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. And I love what you said right there. It is kind of like a double-edged sword having a player as good as Gouken with a sniper rifle holding down that site, because, yeah, you're able to do maybe a 3-1-1 split, or you're able to push out on the map as Gouken holds down A. But if that A defense falters, suddenly you have to retake possibly a 5-man stack on A site, and that can be so tough. We've seen it time and time again where these teams will have kind of an ambitious split. The opposing team will get the intel, or they'll take a gamble and they'll find that site undefended, they clean it up, and then the retake can be so tough, especially if you don't have enough utility.
So I think the best, one of the best strategy against this team, knowing that Gouken will be sitting behind the radio, was actually a long sniper, just to kill the angle. Just show yourself and kill your angle. Make sure you have somewhat of attention away from Gouken. And a 3-man or 4-man push through A short. I think those were the best, because we saw some of the teams actually pushing like 3-man A long, and Gouken actually took down at least 2 before going down. And that happens so much.
I mean, that's
it
him doing
happens
his
so
job.
much that it actually gives a lot more benefits for Imperial to come back and retake the site. So I think that's exactly what Pacific will have to go for.
Yeah,
If-
we'll be getting
I'm sure they can't really listen to me right now, but if I'm thinking about this, players should have already thought about these. As at least coaches or the captains should have thought about, okay, this map, this is a strategy, this is their weak point, this is what we're going for today. Maybe it's something else. Maybe it's the total opposite. We leave Gouken alone, make sure he can't do anything, so let's go B site the entire time. That's another strategy that you can always go for. Leave him, make sure he come out from the comfort zone. I think that's one good strategy for sure. Now we have the game finally. Here we go, set number 2. Pacific starting from the Blacklist side, and we already have Gouken out in the water.
Yeah, wow, actually mixing it up quite a bit, looking at him over there by water.
Scratch everything I just said for the last 4 minutes. Well, he is actually out himself, exposing in the water, because they have the BL passage into water smoked out. That's the reason why he can actually comfortably come out. Well, even if you have that smoke, you can't really, as a sniper, that's pretty rare to have him staying on that position. It's usually Ryuzao pushing that side.
Yeah, but I don't think you should sell yourself short by saying that, you know, discount everything that you just said, because maybe this is Imperial making an adjustment after identifying the weakness that you mentioned.
Gouken swap swing position, as you can see, still. That number 2, Gouken alone on B side, and the rest of the squad towards A.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they totally swapped to begin with.
Mixing it up in Pacific. Unaware of this, perhaps, is going to be moving on to B site right now with 2 players going down. I believe it was actually Fefe that picked up the kill with a rifle all the way back in the base of Blacklist. Now Gouken, trying to get back to defense, but ZYK is going to pick him off, and now B site is Pacific, and they're able to hold it. ZYK with a really ambitious player is actually going to take ADRF before he retreats back to cover. Quite bruised, but he brings it to a 3v3.
That was an unexpected attack and an unexpected timing, because Imperial noticed that Lucam is still rotating. I think they wanted to buy some more time. Didn't expect Pacific to attack this early. Gouken was trying to go back to the door and rotate back into B passage to peek into the window. That was really bad timing for Gouken to land any shots.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate. We saw him kind of try to retreat from that position too to get to a more defendable spot, but ZYK just so quick with the rifle, takes him down. And now the bomb has been planted here.
Bomb's been planted, but was that too late? Did Pacific give too much time for Imperial to actually come near B site? Water fight, ZYK actually gets a quick headshot.
Again. 3 kills right now, man. Possibly gunning for that full team wipe as ZYK is popping off right now. He gets a 4th. 4 kills now for ZYK. Ryuzao, the last player alive.
Yeah, through 2 smokes. We're out soon enough, but there's D-Line, ZYK, and Aldrin actually at B side. Too many members left for Pacific. Will be grabbing the first round already from a blacklist. This is a really good start against Imperial, which we thought was going to be opposite. Now we do have to switch. Gouken actually pushing a long along with the two riflers, Pepe and Lucam.
Imperial really kind of mixing up their tactics here to start things off in set number 2. Love to see these teams make these kind of adjustments to kind of identify their weaknesses and fix them and turn them potentially into strengths by subverting the expectations of the opposing team. It's one of the reasons why Imperial is one of the best in the business, one of the best in the world, but right now Pacific, they're giving them a run for their money, like 10-7 there in the previous set. Now set number 1 starting off with a win. They're feeling good.
See, notice the position. Oh, AZ getting that shot through the window. The headshot was really nice, opening up slightly towards that B side. But instead, they are going to go through a short. Eli gets another 2IK through that B side. So entire map is actually open.
Wow.
The rotation cannot be completed into a passage.
That Pacific once again. Feels like 5 seconds. The entire team there for Imperial gets wiped as Pacific is just shooting out of their minds right now. Really great gunplay we're seeing out of them, especially the riflers.
So Imperial is actually switching up a lot of their defensive positions compared to yesterday, which has been revealed. But maybe because of that, their rotation is not really perfect. Getting caught by Pacific a lot.
Yep, but Fefe and Lucam getting some nice kills over there at A-Long. It's going to turn this into a 43-minute. Oh, AZ and ADRF trading a lot of blows. Somehow neither of them going down yet. Both are just on 1 HP. So low on the hit points. Just one bullet might be enough to take them both out.
ADRF also thought it was enough for the grenade to get the kill, but did not really land. It was on the stairs. Now here comes a slow push from Revenge, because you know this is the spot where Gouken will be peeking. If you are waiting, the person will come to your crosshair. And so far, none. There's ADRF right below. Also, Pacific should know there's still pressure out in A-Long. That's exactly where they lost a couple of their members.
Right. Lucam still holding that A-Long angle. We've got 3 players on an A4. Imperial as the C4 slowly makes its way through a short.
This is an interesting push from Pacific. Always having AZ pushing the B storage. This is really not the strategy we see from this team as much, but I think this is what they have really done their homework and decided that, okay, we will actually have split attacks into B side a couple of times. And so far, AZ has been doing okay.
He's been doing well, but I mean, that push up A short just was a little bit too slow. I mean, Gouken with that angle, it was probably one of the easiest shots for him so far in this tournament. I mean, just had all the time in the world to land that with the sniper there on A short. And now, AZ pushing through A long. I like this move. Rotating down on the other side is Pacific, and Gouken takes another one right there. That was a heady with the sniper rifle. He peeks right around the wall, and his teammate who's out going to clean up Aldrin, and some really nice A defense there by Imperial.
Yep. Finally registering 1 round. In set number 2, where Imperial we're having too many rotations. Again, trying this a long pressure with the 2 members. The grenade takes a lot of damage.
Imperial is loving this big play at A-Long. I don't know if they did their homework or what, but it seems to be working out for them now as Fefe is going to be able to pick off Aldrin out there, and Pacific kind of with their tail between their legs retreating back into mid.
It's also because Pacific, they focused a lot on A short, and Imperial has shown that they love to push from A short. Had focused on that yesterday. Instead, they totally switched into a long pressure. They did that past couple of times at least. With Gouken here.
Now ADRF really quick with a peek there is going to take down Revenge. That's his first kill of set number 2. Now Lucam watching A short. We'll see if he's able to pick up this shot on ZYK. ZYK now pushing out. ZYK actually with a quicker shot there. Quicker with the trigger. Going to be taking out Lucam, but actually Fefe is just cleaning up both him and Eli as they continue to push on A short. Now players moving in on the B side, and that's where Ruzao cleaning that up. And man, Imperial swinging it back 2-2. Some really nice defense both on A and on B.
Now the strategy from Pacific, it worked once, it works twice, but against the world-class strongest teams, it doesn't work 3 times. So I think that's one that they really have to change up now. Pacific, they're pounding A long through the smoke and instantly going in. The shot slightly better for Imperial.
Yeah, Gouken got one as well there on Aldrin, and Aldrin going down as well as
Oh.
Eli now is a lot of the wind out of the sails here for Pacific, as this push was a lot faster than it normally is for Pacific and A-Long, maybe thinking that they can catch Imperial off guard.
Yeah,
but
the Revenge was supposed to cover the fire from that long distance angle, but the two smokes were deleting so much, and he thought he could get the kill onto Gouken, popping up all the back on the radio. But still, Gouken did not need to pop himself out there because he still had his teammate guarding that a long angle, watching a short. So really smart play from Imperial, not overextending, expecting a sniper to be there at a long.
yeah, really great defense there. Having so many players line up on A side as we see AZ now pushing onto A. Gouken is still on site. He's trying to play the advantage of these stairs, just get a little peek over, spot exactly where AZ is, and then come up with a sniper. But he might be caught unawares. He will be able to get revenge, but does he know where AZ is?
I think he was just spotted. Oh,
No,
never
they have
mind.
no
He's out.
idea.
Now they know with the shots fired, he will miss. It's actually so hard to hit a target who's not looking at you. It's incredibly hard. Like I would almost say 3 times or at least 3 times harder to actually shoot at the target who's not looking at you, especially not just the riflers, especially the sniper shots. So he does miss, and that breakthrough doesn't really work out for Pacific now. I believe 3. Is it
3 to
2 in a row or 3 in a row for Imperial?
I want to say it was 2 lead for Pacific and now 3 in a row for Imperial, if I'm not mistaken, as their defense has been immaculate these past couple of rounds, and now Pacific kind of learning from the past few plays, not going for a big push on A-Long, instead kind of posturing outside of B and more towards Central Passage. As AZ is going to be watching that corridor just a little bit, providing some space for his teammates. As Revenge is going to try and find some angle to get the entry fag there with a sniper on B. And I mean, Imperial, it seems like they're sniffing this out as another player is rotating here on site.
And here comes B site. Rizal still holding very strong. Not penetrated. Gets 3 near the window.
Yeah, 2 of those with a pistol too. Some really fantastic shooting there by Rizal with a gun. Revenge now. Lone hope here for Pacific. They don't want this to go to 2-4 after such a fantastic start here at set number 2. Fefe pushing out, and Lucom actually is going to be the one to clean up Revenge. And the tide is turning now as Imperial kind of ironing out their defense here. It took them a couple of rounds to adjust. They're playing this a little bit more differently, a little unique compared to previous rounds on Black Widow, and it's working to their advantage.
Yeah, that's the reason why GIK said, okay, I've got to do something here or else Imperial is just going to run away with maybe even 7-2 first half. Yeah, with Revenge going down, that's a terrible news, but Gouken actually Rizal Fefe switching into AWM also, so this will be an interesting round with a lot more.
Wait, that's Fefe with AWM?
Yeah.
Huh.
Which is...
Yeah, I don't see that very often.
Which we've seen a couple of times from their own region, but not in this case, and they're actually sweeping through the water. This is... Fefe knows this is coming.
Yeah, he gets 1 right there on Aldrin. Comes back to cover, does spot Eli. Takes Eli out
Here
as well.
comes the
That's
new
2.
sniper for the team. Oh, misses the 3rd shot, okay. Oh, gets a half shot onto ZYK. What a quick flick shot. Almost gets the 4th with a pistol shot. Here comes the sniper number 2 from Imperial. That is the captain, Fefe.
Yeah, man, Fefe doesn't really bring the sniper out very often, but apparently when he does, it works perfectly because
As
that
you
was
can
a
see,
3K.
after zoom in, the drag is kind of steady because
Yeah.
he's a rifler. But
Right.
he, as long as he's getting the shots,
Yeah.
the bullets in to the enemy, that's great.
That's all that matters, man, is you pick up the kill. As Fefe now with the entry on the rifle, he can do it all.
He's on rage mode now, feeling invincible after getting those 3 kills.
Yeah. Pacific taking a lot of damage now with 3v3, and Fefe did get traded out, but he got a lot of damage and a lot of intel there at A-Long, and now Pacific is going to take that and rotate back towards mid. Imperial sensing this is going to send 2 players outside B, that is Lucom, moving towards AZ. AZ trying to scout him out.
And gets to fire a few bullets, but no actual damage landing on the target, and that is Gouken dead. Where did he actually go down? I believe that's near the double doors.
Yeah.
Gouken might have been the one who came out through A short. Now there's Rizal hiding all the way in the back, and Pacific, they do not have an idea that ZYK jumping through but gets found, and there was a kill onto Lucam. A long fight is being won by Aldrin for now, but There's Lucam. Spots him, but
Yeah.
long distance.
Just
He
one
won by
bullet.
Aldrin. That's finally a successful round for Pacific. It's been a while when they actually took the first two. Now it is already round number 9, the final round of the first half to close this one out.
Yeah, Pacific getting a much needed win right there now, and Fefe again continuing with the entry fragments. He got ZYK right here in A-Long. A-Long just has not been working here for Pacific at all in this half.
Because Imperial has been building this pressure from start to end of the first half, Pacific could not really deliver any type of secondary option pushing into
Fefe.
A-Long.
Fefe's so good, 14 kills in this half, just playing out of his mind right now. The captain for Imperial, one of the best gunners on the team. He's really carrying his weight, man, and he's back on the rifle.
Yeah, this
Look
flow
at this.
of
He's
Pacific,
sniping.
yeah, Pacific really pushing into B was created by the pressure of Imperial A-Long. Pacific tried once with their own smokes, but it failed miserably. And then ever since, it has to be, so when there are 3 big options, you're blocking out 1. There's 2.
Yeah.
Which basically lowers your win percentage by at least 15%, 20%. So that's been the main problem for Pacific.
Yeah, Fefe now the AWM, spots out AZ, gets the shot, takes him out. Eli is waiting in the wings. Fefe rotating in.
Oh, headshot with the pistol, gets a second kill!
Man.
He is on fire. This guy
16
is
kills.
unstoppable for sure. Fefe, oh, might be. Might be. He's feeling that. Okay. Hey, guys, I just got a triple kill with a sniper. Of course, with a pistol shot there, too. But, oh, can I actually... Goken, like, you mind? You mind? It's like
Fefe,
whatever.
man.
I was always a rifler back in my days, so they can always switch back and forth. Even Yuzao goes on AWM from time to time. So these guys are just so talented. They can do whatever they want. Fefe actually feeling pretty good about his shots today with that AWM. All of a sudden in Black Widow.
Yeah, not just the AWM. I mean, he was getting so many kills there with a rifle. It felt like he wasn't missing. If he didn't get the headshot, he would get the spray down. And we're already going to go into set number 3, or excuse me, not set number 3. As we go into the second half, I'm getting ahead of myself.
You're skipping second half of set number 2, but Goken strikes back. He's on that AWM back.
All right.
Get a first kill onto ZYK, who has been giving somewhat of trouble for a lot of teams.
Yeah, ADRF trading out there, getting AZ 4v4 right now. Is Eli's gonna be trying to hold on to the site as these guys change sides. Fefe spraying through the smoke, trying to find some damage, not really getting anything yet. And now all the players for Pacific trying to come over here back onto B site to defend against that C4 plant.
Let's see if they actually go through the door. Aldrin's ready
Aldrin, wow.
from that from the B entrance to headshot line. It was just too easy when there was no jump from the 3 members of Imperial. Pretty easy. Or just shoot through the smoke when you see that ID.
3K already for him now, and Goku with a great shot there on Eli is going to be evening the odds just a little bit right now as he still has to get through Aldrin and Revenge.
Now there's a real sniper sick drag. Slightly faster compared to Fefe. That's like the DPI difference that you do see often from a sniper and a rifle. But Revenge was still keeping possession from that tiny window of B passage. Gonna get an easy kill onto Goken.
Yeah, Goken trying to reposition there, but Revenge too quick on the draw there with the sniper. Snipes him through the window. That's going to be this first round of the half going to Pacific now as they are after a good start here defending. 6-4 the score here in set number 2 is Pacific. They really need to force a map 3. Oh, Fefe.
He just bulldozed into that double door and
Yeah,
at least trades 1, so which is a better situation for Imperial for now. Got that intel that there were 2 defending A site, actually very far away. So just rushing into A, their result did not really take much. Good defense by Pacific, and then rotating slightly more towards the double door and A side. This is smart maneuver from Pacific again.
Yep, ADRF now on A short, trying to find some leeway over here as Goken holding down A long, not quite able to find anything, but actually shooting through the floorboards. ZYK taking ADRF down.
In the meantime, Goken made his way towards A long, really pressuring AZ all the way back. And
Goken
in between gets one Eli. Okay, he's still trapped all the way back, switches his gun. There's another teammate coming. Lucam is off to the side, A short. This is 1v1 now. Very low on HP. Lucam could not really engage, knowing that he was going to be going down with one shot. Doesn't matter, it was a headshot. And regardless from AZ.
Yeah, Goku doing a great job pushing up A long, actually picking up 2 kills, but just the manpower that wasn't there for him. Imperial to be able to fully take the site. It's now ZYK and Aldrin trying to hold down A long, and Imperial's pushing through with a handful of guys. Gokun does get the kill there on ZYK with a sniper. LK Lucam now coming up. Wow, actually dropping down. Aldrin, I thought had that for a moment, but
Superhero
Lucam,
landing right there from Lucam. Gets 2.
Yeah.
Even with that jump, it really kills your your control when you want to deal with the recoil. It's just controlling the recoil when you're dropping down like that. It's
it's so
impossible. The bullets go everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, if anyone can do it, it's these guys. They are the best in the world for a reason right now.
Sometimes when you do that, you drag your mouse all the way down to your foot. And sometimes that's not enough. And Lucam will be able to do that all the time.
That phase is so
this
good,
this
man.
is getting worse and worse for Pacific. Yes, but still,
Fefe,
A side is
another
open now.
one. Fefe is racking up so many kills right now. Eli will be able to fight back just a little bit as ADRF goes down over here near double doors. 3v2 right now as Pacific is trying to hold on to this. Rude's out with yet another kill. It's all up to Eli right now as he will be able to take down Gokun. Fefe. Bomb is planted.
Both rotating A short. As Eli will be checking the position of the bomb.
Yeah,
but
that's just too hard a position to come from. I mean, like,
a little too late on the rotation because
Yeah.
Eli was spotted near the double door, so I think they had a pretty good idea where he would be at
Yeah.
the time.
and that's almost an impossible situation to be able to get on his site and fight these guys off on A short and get the defuse. So really well played there by Imperial. Nice positional tactics there after Fefe had some fantastic entries that really set up that push there on A side. And now Imperial slowing it down just a little bit. No action over there on A long, just Gokun setting up. ADRF and Lucam now pushing through A short.
So Imperial toned down slightly. I thought we were going to see much more of a faster push when they were back in Blacklist, but so far in the second half, 2-2 on those sides.
Fefe now pushing double doors. Instantly gets the headshot on Eli. Gets another one. Can he get 3? Almost, as AZ is pretty much on 1 hit point right now. A bullet away from disaster as Fefe shows why he's one of the best entry fighters in the business. ZYK now gets 1. They do trade out with ADRF as it turns into a 2v2. But AZ, again, just on his last legs.
And Rizal, who said, has been making his way from the B storage. Gokun has been sitting on the spot for ages ago. The rotation has to come for that C4, but still 110. I imagine both will actually rotate to water because Gokun, you don't really want to force yourself unless you want to sit near the base and look for double door all the time. Aldrin's going to peek out. Not a great situation because Gokun was near that angle too.
Yeah, Rizal able to get the kill there on Aldrin, and now it's all up to AZ with a sliver of hit points. That's all from Fefe minutes ago. And yep, Rizal with 1 bullet to be able to clean him up, and that's another round going in the favor of Imperial as they are on match point, looking to close this one out 2-0.
And just a single round again. Pacific only 5. And this time they need to really catch up. Last set it was 10-7 finish. If they really can't beat Imperial right now, this will be a goodbye stage for them.
Their tournament life is on the line right now. Pacific trying their best to stay alive. CYK trying to hold A short right now with a sniper. Peeking out through this window, but not spotting anyone just yet. Does see Lucam not able to connect. That is a tough shot from that angle. The smoke now obscuring his vision. Now, oh, he actually gets Rizal through the smoke. Fantastic shot there by ZYK.
It's hard to see, but once you zoom in, you can actually see the person slightly moving into your crosshair.
Just the bare little tiny bit of the shadow, you know?
You can see the pixels slightly moving around through the smoke. And that's when you just sort of get a feel and then shoot at the perfect time.
Revenge peeking through the double doors. 2 snipers now for Pacific as they try to hold on and Imperial really biding their time as they eventually begin to maneuver all the way towards A long. No one really watching this for Pacific as they decide to kind of play more towards back site. ZYK in the meantime pushed all the way up through mid, so Pacific, they do have an idea that a push is coming onto a site. They just don't know which one yet. Now they know it's going to be A. Players rotating off B's. Revenge gets a great initial shot there on Gouken. Kind of an awkward little
ZYK
pistol
could not
fight.
do the damage from A long. That was the crucial angle where they needed to be secure. Fefe again with a headshot.
Fefe.
Another shot into A short. Aldrin goes down. Now just left with Eli. But ADRF actually on that sniper gun, trying to get that angle down on himself, but he's just going to be buying time as C4 is being carried by Fefe, now matching the numbers into 1-1.
Yeah, it's a 1v1 now. Everything's resting on Eli's shoulders for his teammates. Bomb will be planted. 38 seconds on the clock is now. Eli has to go toe-to-toe with Fefe, one of the best riflers in the business. Coming up A short. So much tension.
Yeah, hiding right next to the passage as I think Fefe is waiting for the rotation of Eli towards
He
his
might
base.
not be aware.
Pokes out, and he was not directly in that passage room. Imperial does secure the second map and secure the first place of the group. Congratulations, you are moving into that semifinal as the first. And Versing going to be fighting against the second place, I believe, from Group B. Wonder who that's going to be. We'll find that out very soon when we have our second match. But as expected, Imperial will be finishing first. Pacific, they had a pretty good run, but at this international level, there has to be some differences in power. And I think it's a really good experience for a Philippine team to actually feel this, and then international level we were great before, but right now we cannot really match to go through any of the other team through the group stage. Maybe we need to power up just like the old times.
Yeah, Imperial just playing fantastically in that best of 3. I mean, the map 1 heroics by ADRF, it feels like he clutched maybe even 3 rounds in a row with defuses, and 1v1 1v2 situations was fantastic. And then of course Gouken just always consistent, always delivering for his team. And Fefe there in the final map, just kind of popping off there with a rifle, even switching to a sniper at some point.
Yes.
He can do it all. Just, I mean, Imperial, they're one of the best teams in the world for a reason. They're definitely contenders to win the whole thing tomorrow.
So here's my guess. With a lot of gun swap. I think they were also trying to, not trying to test what they can do against Pacific. I don't think they were 100% like crazy serious.
Really?
Yes, I think they were still trying to warm up and do everything they can so they can actually warm up, get some break, and then get ready for the semifinals.
So you think that's
they were, because there was especially after getting the first set, they were basically guaranteed as first place of the group. So I think starting from the second map, I think that was just not just Fefe, ADRF, and also a lot of other members just switching guns all the time, because they sort of had this feeling that against Pacific, set 1 was actually not that bad, and after winning the first set, I think we're guaranteed as the first place of the group. So let's just have fun, let's just do whatever we want, and let's not be serious, not reveal our actually defensive tactics. So I think that's another reason why they made lots of defensive switches, like Gouken just running out to the water to begin with. That was a really big surprise, which I don't think we've ever seen that happening from their own region. After having more than 10 matches of a lot of Black Widow, I don't think I've seen Gouken rushing in. Maybe some Rizal, maybe some Fefe with Liu Kang, but not a solo sniper diving into water. And not just if you see some duck into the B storage and then get 1 kill and then escape, but that wasn't it. He actually stayed in that water for like a good minute.
Yeah, it was quite a while as we see these guys shaking hands. Of course, excellent sportsmanship on a beautiful stage in Hanoi, Vietnam.
Yeah.
And now we would like to invite the captain of Imperial, stay on the stage with us.
Hello, Adriano. So please say hi to the audience.
Xin mời Ariano đến từ đội Imperial có thể gửi lời chào tới các khán giả được không ạ?
Olá, pessoal.
Bạn nói là xin chào mọi người ạ.
Vâng, và sau chiến thắng mở màn của Imperial trong ngày thi đấu thứ 2 thì không biết là bây giờ cảm xúc của bạn cũng như là những thành viên trong team Imperial đang là như thế nào ạ?
How do you feel right now when you have the very first victory today?
Estávamos muito confiantes para poder passar de grupo em primeiro e agora iremos mais ainda na semifinal.
Vâng, và hiện tại chúng tôi cảm thấy vô cùng hạnh phúc khi mình đã hoàn thành vòng bảng với vị trí đầu bảng. Và hiện tại thì cả đội đang cùng với mục tiêu là sẽ hướng tới những trận đấu cuối cùng.
So we are so happy right now with the first ranking in group stage, and we are waiting for the last battle of this year tournament.
Vâng, và với chiến thắng rất là ấn tượng trước đội tuyển Pacific Mata đến từ Philippines thì điều đó đồng nghĩa với việc là Imperial đến từ Brazil sẽ sở hữu tấm vé bước vào bán kết của mùa giải CFF năm nay. Và đây có phải là chiến thắng nằm trong dự tính của team bạn không ạ?
So do you have very impressive, and as you can see that it's an absolute victory against Pacific Mata. So is this your prediction before the battle? Is this a very easy victory for you?
Não imaginávamos talvez enfrentar a China na semifinal, mas nós treinamos muito. Essa temporada maravilhosa no primeiro split no Brasil. Todos sabem disso que acompanham no Brasil. E qualquer adversário que entrar na nossa frente, iremos vencê-lo.
Và như các bạn cũng đã biết, chúng tôi tham dự giải đấu ở Brazil và cũng như tất cả các giải đấu khác mà chúng tôi đã tham dự thì chúng tôi tới đây chỉ với một mục đích duy nhất, đó là giành chiến thắng.
So as you know that we have attended many tournaments in Brazil, and as other tournaments that we participate in, there is only target and mission is to win every battle.
And how many percent do you think your team will win in the semifinals?
Và bạn tự tin bao nhiêu phần trăm các bạn sẽ giành chiến thắng trong vòng đấu tiếp theo, trong bán kết của cuộc thi năm nay ạ?
Ainda não sabemos quem iremos enfrentar na semifinal, mas eu acho que se a gente chegar confiante, jogar o que a gente sabe, 100%.
Hiện tại thì chúng tôi vẫn chưa biết được đối thủ của mình tại trận bán kết sẽ là đối thủ nào. Nhưng tuy nhiên để nói ngay tại thời điểm bây giờ thì chúng tôi tin rằng mình sẽ 100% giành được chiến thắng tại trận bán kết.
At this moment, we don't know who's our opponent in the semifinals, but we believe in ourselves that we can do our best and have 100% of possibility that we can win the semifinals.
Vâng, hiện tại thì Imperial sẽ chưa biết là đối thủ của các bạn ấy trong trận bán kết sẽ là đội tuyển nào. Tuy nhiên Khánh Linh cũng muốn hỏi về cảm nhận cũng như là nhận định của Imperial về trận đấu tiếp theo giữa All Gamers và Team Myth. Thì không biết là các bạn có đánh giá như thế nào về các đối thủ đó ạ?
So how do you think about the Team Myth and All Gamers in the next battle of group stage?
Eu acho que a Team Meat tem sonho. Eles trocaram jogador. Eles não estão com a line principal, mas eles têm sonho. Então, se você tem sonho, tudo é possível.
Chúng tôi cũng chỉ biết nói là sẽ cổ vũ hết mình cho cả hai đội tuyển trong trận đấu sắp tới và hy vọng rằng là các bạn sẽ thi đấu thật hết mình và cống hiến cho người xem những tình huống xử lý mãn nhãn.
I would just want to say that we will show our support to all the team, and I hope that they will do their best to contribute to the audience, the exploding and emotional battles for the audience.
Vâng, một tinh thần rất là Brazil đúng không ạ? Và Khánh Linh và Duy Dương cũng xin được chúc cho Imperial sẽ tiếp tục có được những thành tích mà các bạn ấy mong đợi trong mùa giải năm nay. Còn bây giờ thì xin mời bạn hãy quay trở lại vị trí của mình. Và Khánh Linh và Duy Dương sẽ nhường lại sân khấu cho phía bàn caster.
Very confident and still very humble. And Brazil team, Imperial, they did an amazing job today, and it's time for them to relax and prepare for the semi-finals. And now let's come back to our caster.
And that was Imperial. They want to beat everyone in the tournament. Maybe they will, maybe they will not. So far, they're successful getting out of the group as the first place is what a lot of fans expected. I'm pretty sure the fans from Brazil are extremely happy. This team was created to be the best in the world. Let's see if they can successfully do that in the Summer Championships.
And of course, Fefe gonna be our match MVP. This guy was great with a rifle, great with a sniper.
The captain.
1.92 KD, felt like he was doing it all. And I mean, even the rounds where he was dying early, he was gathering intel, he was trading, he was getting entry frags. Just fantastic play. I mean, this guy is such a critical part of the success of this team. Been one of the best Crossfire gamers for a very long time. This guy is just absolutely spectacular. And there you go, the match results. Imperial beating Pacific Makta 7-10 in set number 1, 5-10 set number 2. They will be advancing in first place from their group. Just really incredible play.
Yeah, that is it and that's the run for Pacific Makta in this tournament. But in the future, I'm pretty sure they will be coming back stronger from Philippines. It was a really good run. It's been a while. We saw Pacific Makta in international. I'm pretty sure there is a grand final at the end of the year. Maybe also next year. Well, maybe next time they can have some roster changes. I'm pretty sure. I'm still very confident that they can do a lot better.
I think so too.
Then the Civil Score, the group was really strong. And their group was really strong, and I thought there were some chances of at least them advancing into the semifinals. Maybe with some more experience within the region and also within Asia, maybe they can be slightly better in the future. But that is it for our first match of our group stage, but we still have our last match of group stage. That is going to be All Gamers versus Team Myth coming up after a short commercial break, so don't go anywhere.
speed near the pass, trying to get in there. And it's not going to work for him. Gokin.
Boy, I have to back the grave, good morning. Have been sleeping for too long, I'm yawning. They buried me in black suit, black tie. I'm alive and I woke up looking fly. So from now on, what you say? Shut your mouth. Big can't handle what you talking about. 'Cause what you do that door, it ain't no walking out. Let me put the back time in my coffin now. From now on, from now on, you can count me as a rush. From now on, you can count me as a rush. From now on, you can count me as a rush. From a dead man, bro.
Đã gần một năm kể từ khi kết thúc CBS Grand Final 2021, lần này đến với CBS Summer Championship 2022, mình và cả team sẽ cố gắng đưa cho đội tuyển Celeb B Last Legend chạm tay vào chiếc cúp vô địch.
CBS Summer Championship sẽ là hành trình đầy chông gai đối với BG Esports. Việc thay đổi layup trước giải đấu khiến bọn mình gặp không ít khó khăn. Bọn mình đã cố gắng tập luyện với nhau để hiểu ý nhau. Giải đấu lần này đối với bọn mình rất là ý nghĩa bởi vì bọn mình được cọ sát và học hỏi kinh nghiệm đến với các đội trên toàn thế giới.
We're happy to be back in the international stage, especially here in Vietnam, and we're looking forward to face other international team again.
É muito gratificante estar participando desse campeonato, é sentimento de muita felicidade e eu espero que eu saia campeão desse campeonato.
I really like the challenge. We want to challenge these guys.
It's kind of the hardest. We have the number one China, we have also number one Vietnam.
The toughest team is going to be AG, but we look forward for the Selby game.
参加这次比赛，我们感到非常开心，能来到越南。这是实力去打的，我们不会轻敌，也不会小看任何一支队伍。
Đây là một mùa giải với nhiều cơ hội và thách thức lớn của team. Team mình sẽ đặt cái mục tiêu thi đấu hết sức tại CBS Summer 2022 và hướng đến CF Grand Final vào cuối năm nay.
Với xuất phát điểm hiện tại của BG Esports thì bọn mình đặt mục tiêu là vào top 3. Hy vọng với sự nỗ lực của cả team thì BG sẽ cố gắng hoàn thành được mục tiêu và mang lại chiến thắng cho mọi người hâm mộ.
Nosso objetivo com certeza é ser campeão.
We need to play hard to get the win.
This time we want to win, we want to get out of the group stage to become one of the top 3 teams among the tournament.
我们这次目标肯定是想拿这个冠军。
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, sau một ít phút giải lao thì ngay bây giờ các bạn hãy cùng quay trở lại vị trí của mình để chúng ta bắt đầu chuẩn bị bước vào trận đấu thứ 3 bảng B của CFS Summer Championship 2022. Và ngay sau đây sẽ là cuộc đối đầu giữa đội tuyển Team Myth đến từ Ai Cập và đội tuyển All Gamers đến từ Trung Quốc.
Welcome back to the stage, and we will witness the third battle in Group B of CFS Summer Championship 2022 between two teams, Team Myth from Egypt and All Gamers from China.
Và ngay sau đây tiến lên sân khấu sẽ là những đại diện đến từ Trung Quốc, đội tuyển All Gamers.
And now please welcome the representative from China, All Gamers.
Các bạn khán giả thân mến, hãy cùng dành một tràng pháo tay để cổ vũ cho đội tuyển All Gamers đến từ Trung Quốc, một đối thủ được đánh giá rất cao trong giải đấu năm nay ạ.
All Gamers is very strong candidate, and they're also heading to the champion position this year. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for All Gamers.
Vâng, và ngay tiếp theo đây thì lên sân khấu sẽ là những đại diện đến từ Ai Cập. Đó chính là đội tuyển Team Myth.
And now the representative from Egypt, Team Myth.
Vâng, quý vị khán giả hãy cùng cổ vũ cho cả hai đội tuyển trên sân khấu của chúng ta, bởi vì ngay sau đây họ sẽ bước vào một trận đấu vô cùng hấp dẫn.
And this is the last battle of Group B, and it will decide which team will enter the semi-finals.
Vâng, và ngay sau đây xin mời các thành viên của hai đội tuyển chúng ta sẽ cùng di chuyển về khu vực thi đấu của mình.
And we would like to invite two teams to move into the gaming zone to prepare for the match.
Vâng, và ngay sau đây sẽ chính là những giây phút mà chúng ta đều mong chờ. Trận đấu giữa đội tuyển All Gamers và đội tuyển Team Myth, trận 3 của bảng B mùa giải năm nay. Và ngay sau đây, Khánh Linh và Duy Dương xin được nhường lại sân khấu cho các bình luận viên. Xin mời.
And let's the battle begin with our casters.
Back, guys. It is time. All Gamers, can they actually pull out a win in this tournament?
You say that like it's not a guarantee. I think they got this one, man. All Gamers, one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world. Of course, there was that incredible upset yesterday when the homegrown heroes, the Vietnamese team playing in Hanoi, were actually able to take them down, Celebi. And now All Gamers, without a win yet here in this tournament, are be going up against Team Myth, our team coming out of Egypt. And last match of the group stages before we go into the semifinals.
Can All Gamers, okay, Team Myth, I think they're playing okay at that level, and they have their play style somewhat changed from UMENA regional that we have seen just a month ago, but still, just matching it with the meta when you're clashing against lots of different regions, you do have to follow the tournament meta. That's what I want to say here. But really, the question is, All Gamers, are they back from the last game? There was a fourth match, so they had less than 24 hours to actually prep for this match.
True.
Actually, only about 14 hours to be... Less than 14 hours, actually. 11 hours-ish to prepare for this matchup. And are they back in their full form? Because it's quite early. And that... It wasn't a 2-0, of course. It was a 2-1. But that big comeback from somebody last legend, it seemed like All Gamers, they were slowly breaking apart into pieces and dissolved into air and evaporated into the sky. And their souls were just out of this world.
They may have evaporated into the sky.
So was that time enough for them to actually gather themselves up and be in their full physical form? I don't know. Team Myth, they're still a very strong team. Of course, the best European UMENA team that we have from the region. Let's see how well they can do, because All Gamers, this might be a big chance for Team Myth to actually get out of the group. All Gamers,
man.
if they drop out, this will be the biggest upset so far in the history.
Oh, it would be unbelievable. It'd be unbelievable if All Gamers doesn't
If
win
there
this
were
match.
a million people voting for who would be in the semifinals and the grand finals,
I'm telling you.
maybe a single person who was super drunk did not pick All Gamers.
Man, if All Gamers... I mean, Team Myth, they played really well yesterday. They played respectably, you know. I mean, the 2-1 against Celebi, They had a really good showing. It felt like they were in control of the situation at times. I mean, this is a team with a lot of skill. There's a reason why they're one of 6 teams here in Hanoi in Vietnam fighting in the Summer Championship. But All Gamers, I feel like yesterday might have been a little bit of a fluke. I mean, certainly Celebi is a fantastic team, but All Gamers, I mean, top to bottom, you see it right there on your screen. This team is unbelievably talented. It's the best team in China, which is arguably the best region in the world in Crossfire. And it would be an insane upset for them not to get out of group stages and go into the semifinals. In my opinion, I mean, like, this is the kind of thing where it's like Doctor Strange is going to need to go to like a million different realities to like find the one where All Gamers doesn't actually advance. And who knows, maybe we are in that alternate reality. But the way it's looking right now, I mean, this team is fantastic. I feel like Bean, Even, Jawei, all the Zs, ZQ and ZY, I feel like after yesterday, they have something to prove, and I feel like they're going to come here with a vengeance.
Not just that, they have titles after titles in history of years after years.
They're the reigning champs.
Some of the players actually playing more than 10 years of competitive Crossfire. So this team is full of experience, full of talent, and you see the key player, the highlight player from yesterday's data. Yep, as you can see, low on headshot because he's of course doing a lot of sniper work, but the kill ratio, yeah, KD pretty high.
Yeah, 1.24, and I mean, of course, they didn't even have that good of a performance yesterday, losing 2-1 to Celebi.
And yeah, my real question is, ZY actually one of the best riflers in the world, who had outrageous headshot rate last year and also beginning of this year too, was not performing that well. He actually goes through like 1v3 alone. Pretty easy. The moment you see him, you will be headshotted. That's how good this player was. But we have to talk about the opponent, Team Myth. They came all the way to the top, defeating Anubis. It used to be Lazarus, used to be Penta. Now it's time for the Egyptian teams to rise up to the EU MENA. They're here at the international, but also last year in the grand finals could not really complete what they wanted to do. They wanted to achieve at least few sets, few wins in matches, but that didn't really come through at all. And today it might be the final chance for them again in the Summer Championship.
Certainly is, man, and they've got a tough road ahead of them against All Gamers. I mean, absolutely legendary squad, and this team right here, Team Myth, as well as Penguin, your key player with a 1.2 KD coming into this one. I mean, he's got to put in a lot of work, and this team has to rise up. And I'm not just talking about 1 or 2 or 3 guys. I feel like it's got to be a top-to-bottom effort from this team if they're going to be able to overcome the mountain that is All Gamers. This is like a David versus Goliath story where if Team Myth is able to come out with a victory here, it will shock the Crossfire world.
Team Myth, they had couple of the roster members popping in and out, so we will see if they can actually get everything done. Because it's been they need all 5. Team Myth, they need all 5 to be in their full form, to be playing at their best. It can't just be 2, 3 out of 5. It has to be all 5 members actually doing the best of their ability to defeat All Gamers. Of course, All Gamers did lose yesterday's match, but because of the experience that they had, I think half a day might actually be enough for them to actually go back to their full form.
Yeah, as far as All Gamers is concerned, I mean, yesterday you just kind of take that loss. I mean, I'm sure it stings, especially for a team that probably came into the group stages here in Hanoi expecting just to come out on top with a quick 2-0 over both teams. But now, I mean, they have something to prove here in the second match. And whenever you come into a team, how should I say this? Whenever you come into a map like this, and you lose to a team that you expect to win against, and then they have to go and fight for the second spot in your group. I mean, these guys, they do not want to go back to China with their fans disappointed. They want to come through with a win right now, and you know that they went back to the drawing board. They're trying to iron out what problems were in their gameplay yesterday. How can they fix that? How can they improve upon their performance and go back to their original form and come out on top tonight?
And looking at the ban, the maps again, very weird again from All Gamers. This is Subbase is the map, the ban for All Gamers, which is the map with the highest win rate from the grand finals on their own. Actually had 83% win rate in round score. Of course, depending on the opponent, it might actually be really high, really low. But regardless of the score, even from the CFPL, it was one of the higher win rate very high, 50 something, near 58, 59%, because they have a lot of round counts, a lot of opponents that end up choosing sub-base against All Gamers, and All Gamers did have one of the best win rate out of the 5. But they're the one banning this map, so there's got to be something weird about it, because Team Myth, they do love to play, but All Gamers, they banning out their favorite map, the most highest win rate map on their own. It's very weird.
So one thought that I have about that is, if this team is confident that whatever problems that they had yesterday are not going to resurface in their match against Team Myth tonight, they might just be looking at this as, look, all right, we're not going to come out first in our group, but we will get second. We will beat this team. We will go to the semifinals and the finals. Let's not show our strategies on sub-base. Let's not show the way that we're playing this map. Let's not try to give Team Imperial or Celebi or anybody else any inkling of what our plan is going to be and how they can pick us apart. Let's just play some other maps, some more standard maps. Let's play on Ankara, let's play on Compound, let's play on Port, and let's just get a quick 2-0. And let's move on to the finals, and then we can choose our favorite map and we can show what strategies we prepared there. But again, this is all just conjecture. I mean, it's so hard to say what exactly is going on in these team captains' heads when they decide which maps to pick, which maps to ban.
It's the most recent best of 5 that they just had from the playoff. During the regular season, best of 3s, they had one of the best win rate. But during the best of 5 on this map, actually had near 55 point, actually exactly 55.9%. Few of the other maps actually went above 60% win rate in terms of rounds. So maybe just because of the recent results that they had on this map, but if you take into account the years of pretty good percentage, it wasn't really the case. But okay, we do have a game 1 here, starting on Compound. We do have Team Myth starting from Blacklist, All Gamers starting defending from the Global Risk side.
Yeah, and Penguin already taking a ton of damage right there. I'm actually not quite sure who it was that took him down, but there's some action already outside of B. We'll see exactly what Team Myth's plan is to try and push the envelope here. And I mean, these first couple of rounds can really set the tone for this team if they are going to try and, you know, take down Goliath here as David and make their way to the semifinals. I mean, you know, that's the dream. That's what they want to do for their fans of Egypt back at home, as we see Alucard trying to find an angle over here on Jawei. That smoke is sequestering him off. He will go back to this top side on mid. And so far, TM just kind of playing this nice and slow.
All Gamers, they do know that Team Myth, both teams on this map love to get some long pressure if they can. Alucard not really going to be getting that traded at least towards the center. Now there's some push here, some pressure from Hunt, plus the C4 carrier out in a long. I believe that is Penguin, but he is indeed very low in HP, so can't really directly come in as the other squad. Still keeping in positions from Center Plaza. Here's a peek from Jawei. We'll be getting that C4 dropped right into center of the map.
Yeah,
that's a big
hurts.
problem for the Blacklist when they're ticking down in time. 30 seconds left now.
Yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. Alucard going to try and secure that bomb. Jawei knows it. He gets an instant headshot. Hunt will be able to trade him out, so it's now a 2v3 as Hunt firing on Bean, not really able to connect with a headshot there, as ZY actually picks up both Hunt and Horus there with the AWM. Some fantastic sniping out of ZY. I mean, this guy was your MVP coming into this one, a key player to watch, and that's why he is a killer with the sniper rifle.
ZY, ZQ. Those two brothers are super strong, holding down 2 angles, especially towards that B site.
Horus once again kind of posturing over near a B passage. He's not heading over to the pillars just yet.
Yep, once they come in, this is a sniper spot with a bait from Even. Even's positioning. It's supposed, ZY is supposed to back up into B site, and then Even is supposed to get the bait kill, at least 1 or 2. But in that position, the edge of his AK might actually show if they peek around the pillar.
Yeah, it's possible. It's a little tough to say.
I think it is. I think he has to back up just a little bit. But
perhaps.
He doesn't exactly know, but he is now spotted. Now Even's going to peek out, but there are 3 members.
Wow, yeah, Team Myth actually cleaned that up really nicely there. There's a bit of a trap there set by All Gamers down by double pillars and underpipe, but instead it's going to be Team Myth who trades that out quite effectively. I mean, didn't expect a 2-for-2 trade there considering the defensive position the All Gamers had, and now C4 is still back near spawn for Team Myth playing on the Blacklist. They will be rotating that, and it looks like they're going to go towards B.
That's exactly what you have to do when you build the pressure. Get one more when you use this much time. Carry that C4 into the site, unless you have a big rotation on the other side of the map, which there's still plenty of time for. But because of this smoke, I think Team Myth is feeling that there are not too many members down in B side. It's actually the opposite, 2-member defense.
Yeah, All Gamers with a really clever rotation over here. And ZQ, I mean, we've seen this angle right under the, I almost want to say balcony. That little ledge right there is so tough. But actually, wow. JWoww, totally on point there, cleans them up, and man, Team Myth with a beautiful B take right now as it's only Bean alive. He's going to have to come onto site and stop this bomb. 38 seconds now on the clock, and he is rushing through Underpipe on his way to B.
It will take some time. We'll have to check through the window on all the base spots because it's been some time since the bomb was planted. Hunt Penguin pretty healthy. Bean switching into the rifle, just going into that B bottom. The servers are pretty much occupied by both. Hunt Penguin buying a lot of time.
Penguin, no!
Seconds. Now, onto the movement of Hunt. He's actually going around into the stairs. So
oh my goodness.
Bean first, but Bean turns around and shoots instantly into headshot. Enough time for the defuse, and that's a huge save.
Yeah.
All Gamers, 2 rounds in a row taken already.
That round really hurts there for Team Myth. I mean, Penguin was just caught unawares. He didn't realize that Bean had sneaked up all the way past the servers, and he just was not looking in the right direction. And then Bean a little bit faster on the draw there, gets the final kill to clutch it out and get the defuse. And All Gamers, that one was kind of gifted to them now as ZY poking out a little bit over here near A.
Oh, JWay. Oh, hey,
JWay, oh my goodness.
All over, getting a triple kill. C4 down all the way in the back. That cannot be happening. Even if it was through the smoke, the control must have been so good for JWay to get all the damage in.
JWay must have been spectacular there with that spray transfer as he picks up 3. Looking to get 4 now as Penguin's on so low HP. Finally finishing off JWay, but Horus will get taken out. Now Penguin on 1 HDQ is going to clean him up easy peasy, and that is a 3-round lead now to All Gamers to start off set number 1.
In record, this is the second best map for All Gamers in terms of win rate, even including the result of the CFPL playoffs and the regular season. So this is certainly a map that they would love to play. Yesterday, though, they had a lot of trouble against Celebi on Compound for maybe a lot of different reasons, but they are back on this map, playing totally fine against Team Myth. Now building another pressure, still have a man coming into the double pillar from Central Plaza, so it depends on the timing. There's even getting a second kill with the help of CQ from the side.
Goodness.
They are being trapped except for Alucard, who is also being chased by JWay, goes instantly down. Team Myth, they thought they had some control over the double pillars, but in fact, they had lost that control all over.
Even in ZQ with some amazing crossfire. Cleaning that up, Penguin fights valiantly to the end, but Even's going to take him down with a pistol. There's too many guns up for All Gamers, and it's a 4-0 lead right now. And Team Myth right now, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a tactical pause if it continued to go this way and try and recoup themselves, because this is not the start that they were hoping for.
Still having that Alucard, knowing that he'd love to come out to throw that grenade. Yeah, goes instantly, gets a kill, but being to respond even better with 2 kills. Yeah, matching the number, the Horus was looking out for anyone coming out for double pillars. They have tried that a couple of times. This was a pretty quick rush. Bean again having a good read of the sniper movement on top of the Nesh.
Yeah, Bean hasn't gone down once yet now, and he has 5 kills to his name here in the first 4 rounds. Looking to add on to that lead is Horus, very low HP in here in mid, and All Gamers just kind of playing back right now. They know they have control of the situation. Only 2 players up for Team Myth. They're just happy to play A and B site.
CQ left alone. Still staying next to the B entrance door. Going for the bait right on top of the box. He's falling back towards the bottom now, as you have seen Team Myth rotation being made towards the GR base. So they go into B side. They do instant headshot into ZQ. Opens up the B side for them, matching the numbers of 2-2. That's good. Do have the C4 and some time to actually move in and out. The smoke is actually not the most perfect smoke into the entrance. Allows JWay to come in freely.
Yeah, JWay with a great entry frag there on Horus really turns this one on its head right now.
Oh, look at the movement of JWay. He just goes on top of the server, giving no angle, no chance for the opponent to actually beat 1v2.
Yeah, Jayway and Bean right there. And I mean, Jayway right there with the entry just kind of set the tone over there on the B retake right now.
That smoke into B entrance from the base bounced a little too far. And it was not really blocking the entire entrance. It was only covering about 60%. So Jayway thought, okay, I have this much info. I can actually see. I have my clear vision when I'm going into the corner of the entrance. Right. Big mistake with the smoke there. I think that should have delayed at least 5 more seconds.
Yeah, Bean trying to see if anyone's going to push through that smoke in Central Plaza, but Team Myth right now are going to bide their time. We do have Penguin and Horus making their way towards Pillars again, but I mean, even and ZY have been deadly in that corridor. The crossfires they've set up in the past have been fatal for Team Myth, so Team Myth have to be very careful. He decided to push through, instead going through mid because Jayway actually pushed all the way out.
Yeah, Jayway is coming out from A long every single time if there's no pressure.
Yeah.
And this is the 3rd time he's succeeding for now. Building pressure against Plaza.
And Bean picks up another kill on Horus before going down for the first time in this half.
Because Team Myth, they've been dropping like flies on the bottom half of the map almost all the time.
Yeah.
They can't push into A side even if they know that there's at least 2-3 men spread apart throughout the map. They're just not having the information of exactly where the opponent is in that A site.
It's just been really difficult for them. I mean, B has been controlling center so well so far in this map. ZY and Eden over on B have been controlling double pillars flawlessly so far, and Team Myth, they just can't catch a break.
Yeah, now Alucard makes it in, but this is only the 2nd time they're getting some intel into A. He's stuck in this small pillar and trapped against the 4. That will be
5 in a row.
I think it's actually 6.
6? Oh yeah, the score wasn't quite updated there,
yeah, but the guy forgot to press the button twice. This is actually 6, guys. 6-0. All gamers that we know, that we love, are back in game. And Team Myth, it's about time they make their Central Plaza push. That's what they're known for. That's what they're good at on this map. Certainly, even rotating through the base into A side. That's one of their favorites. Going to B side this time, and they have control. But ZY is still alive from the pillar entrance. That's a big take.
Pillar entrance, he's going to get one there with the AWM.
Even with the fight from the double pillars, Alucard had no idea rotating. He thought he was safe rotating because the sniper was there alone. Was supposed to be alone, but he's not.
That's even in ZY there every single time in pillars. And I mean, right now, yeah, you did take B site, but the bomb isn't planted yet. The C4 is still limited down by the servers, and that's because ZY is creating a huge problem for them.
That's big. Yeah, JY was supposed to go into the base spot. JY just comes out from the smoke even before being planted. They're giving no time for Team Myth to actually do anything, and but the fact is, in truth, Team Myth should have just went for the plant earlier on.
They
had so much time. I think they're just scared of the power right now against all gamers.
It's tough because ZY for the longest time there with the sniper before he got taken out was just giving his team all the time in the world, even got a kill, and then after that they knew that they had, I believe, even also in double pillars who had just picked off a kill, and at that point, like if you plant, what if they just dive on you? It's so tough.
So you do lose half of the plant zone if you lose control from the pillar room entrance because it was a sniper. The moment you try to plant for that entrance, you will be going down instantly against a sniper. So that was a tough choice. I think that's the decision making they had to really use, but ended up using too much resources pushing the Central Plaza, which I don't think was a bad idea. But maybe distributing that a little bit better for the plan B when they're in A side or B side can be better, but they can't really afford to not use all the extra resources against all gamers when they're down 7-0. 2 more rounds left in the first half. ZY still covering for even his splash defense, but he's just going through all these members.
Unbelievable.
And still, Jayway came all the way into east side all of a sudden. Where did he come from?
Yeah, I didn't catch that actually, if he made a long rotation from A or something like that, but I just gotta say that the duo that they have, the duo that All Gamers has on B site right now has been phenomenal. I mean, ZY and Even are just, they have it on lock, and the few times that they have actually lost the site, their teammates have picked them up with the retake.
The one winning key from Team Myth, it's too late now, but they had to get Jayway coming out of A long. That's one way of course, they got a triple kill early on, but that doesn't happen all the time against only 3. JY certainly is playing really well today, and ZY even extends
don't-
into the double pillar now, saying that no one can actually defeat me. There's even to cover him up all the time. That's the duo from the double pillar that Team Myth had so much of a hard time breaking through in this round.
They've almost never been able to break through that, and I'm surprised that they keep going back to it. I mean, this duo is so
A-Long
powerful.
was the answer rounds ago, and now it might be a little too late. All they can do, the best they can do is 1-8 first half.
Yeah, I mean, Team Myth, I think they think that, and perhaps rightfully so, they need to finally be able to break through on B to have a chance to come back in this set, but it just hasn't been in the cards for them, and that hurts so bad because they had a fantastic showing in day one, and now all gamers seeming to come back to their real form, giving them fits here to start things out on Compound.
Finally, Team Myth, they have a setup that they want.
Yeah,
On
this is
the
not
final
bad.
round of Blacklist. Okay, Penguin does find one from the double pillars. Even tried to make the entry. Okay, still keeping that angle, so
That
J-Way
Penguin.
cannot really come in. There are way too many angles to check while he's diving in. And that's JY with the final
Alright.
kill. Final round going to Team Myth, and it is 8-1 of a score first half. The All Gamers that we know, they are certainly back on Compound, and Team Myth think they really had to switch it up. They had to let go of that double pillars and just
Yeah.
slip into the other side of the map. Maybe just close out the gate and say, okay, you guys take that part of the map. We will control at least A-Long or A-Room, which J-Way was pushing, actually gaining some kills, poking into Central Plaza, jumping onto that window a couple of times. That had to be stopped first. I think that was the
Yeah.
first key, that they really had to lock that down and then work on the B side with small, slow pushes into the double pillar. I think that should have been made in around round 6 at least. But because of the speed of All Gamers, it just could not come in at the right time. Now we are swapping sides.
But JWoww is already right in the middle of Central Plaza right now. He's pushing up really quick. Alucard Routine's going to get one. JWoww actually picks up one kill right off the bat. JWay probably not expecting him to be there, as Team Myth is kind of taking the fight to All Gamers right now. All Gamers may be caught a little unaware of this,
Yeah,
considering
this
the lead that they had heading
think
into this.
This is the type of mindset you go into second half. Okay, we need two rounds. That should be it. Let's have a pretty chill round. Let's see what they want to do in the second half. Team Myth, I'm pretty sure they have their GR strategy ready. Okay, All Gamers, even with 3, looks quite dangerous. Even ZQ being, these 3 members have been doing a lot of push. Let's see, when they get up and take some control over the A-Long and center, that should be good enough for the 3 for now.
Yeah, we'll see where AG decides to push. It looks like right now the C4 is going to be working its way towards A entrance on A-Long.
Yeah, like the smoke from,
yeah, that's a smart
push.
push.
That was right after the smoke from AG, which is very unexpected. Nice timing. And because Team Myth, they know this is happening, they have all the map controlled basically. It has to be A-Long. There's nowhere else on the map.
Yeah, you see him rotating on the minimap over now, and Penguin watching that door, watching entrance, waiting for them to come in. He will get ZQ right from the bat, and with a beautiful running spray, is also going to be able to take down the last remaining player for All Gamers, and that's going to be a round win for Team Myth. But man, got a long way to go if they want to come back in this one. But that was a great start here in the second half.
Took 1, and they need 6 more in a row. Or 8 more in a row if they want to take this map without going into the extra round.
That would be a miracle.
Yeah, that's why they do have the best riflers. The best rifler of the tournament so far for Team Myth. Penguin is guarding that A room, but All Gamers, they always love to check in and poke and see what's exactly going on. And always having that 1-4 split push into A-Long is certainly one of the best strategy that the Chinese teams love to pull out.
Yeah, we'll see if they end up going for that now, as it is. Team Myth just kind of focused on preventing any kind of Central Plaza push coming. Got 3 players all on the A side of Central Plaza, just kind of surrendering A-Long and Bean actually with a double kill.
And
oh
a
my
third
god,
to connect
Bean.
From, might be a 4th onto one, misses his 4th shot, but it doesn't even matter anymore. This is all of a sudden 2v5.
Bean.
Never mind.
4 kills.
Horus, are you coming into Bean's crosshair to finish the round with all 5 kills going to Bean potentially, but there's ZQ finishing up the final kill. That will be a disastrous round for Team Myth. Instead of waiting, Team Myth decided to just come out. All gamers, they're thinking, okay, you guys have the pressure. We don't. We have so many more chances to actually just close out the map. We are so much closer to. We just need 2 more, and now they're single round away.
Yeah, the aggressive tactics worked for Team Myth there in the first round of the half, but Bean was ready for him the second time, picking up 4 kills. This guy's one of the best in the world with the AWM, and you see it right there with those 4K.
Yeah, even Wolf was really good. Wolf is another multiplayer who can also do Rifler. And, ooh, look at this cool setup.
Yeah, Horus and Hunt there in double pillars, and actually
both off angle, but All Gamers.
JWoww as well. All Gamers just pushing him at JWoww with a perfect entry.
Yeah, from both angles, there's J-Way, but the follow-up even will be the backup all the time for his Rifler, Sniper, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, 3 players dropping there in double pillars there for Team Myth, and I mean, All Gamers may be wondering if it's a 4 or a 5 stack there on B site because they haven't moved in with a C4 down to the server room just yet, but things looking pretty good in their favor right now as they're looking to close this one out with a 10-2 score. We'll see if they're going to be able to pull that one off right now as the C4 is slowly working its way towards B.
And slowly building up, checking. Usually you do go this slow when you have to check, especially if you're alone, but they do have the duo. Checking in ZY and Bean. Bean actually making some way. Flashing into the center. Pretending like it's going to be an A entrance attack, but the setup is actually from the pillar.
Yeah, and this
now
actually
checking
buys
slowly onto Lucar. There is that sniper duo that we have been looking, but both are going to be missing each other.
Yeah,
just by a small timing.
Kind of a little awkward dance right there, but Gunner is not really knowing the next one is just a few meters away, and now with 20 seconds on the clock, the plant will go down by even.
Now that's a good smoke. Don't see anything coming through. Flash to buy some more time when they have the C4 planted now. 10 seconds down. Alucard makes it in.
Bean now with the frag grenade, throwing that into the smoke. Gets a little bit of damage there on Penguin. He doesn't even need it though because he clears him up for the AWM. Alucard now getting taken down, and that's going to be All Gamers with a 10-2 win in set number 1. They look like they're coming back to form after a rough start yesterday.
Compound, it is certainly one of their favorite map. After Ankara, which is the map they're playing next, so be prepared, Team Myth. They're not really reacting perfectly. I think that's the biggest problem right now, All Gamers. There are plenty of resources, videos to watch available if you're not familiar with the Chinese League. They go super fast. They clash everywhere around the map. I told you, Compound, sometimes they have 5v5 just clashing in the center plaza 3 rounds in a row for no reason. And then after a while, if it's a 3-0, then one team says, okay, you guys are good. I'd say, you guys win 5v5 fight. Okay, let's go back to our normal game, okay? These guys can be aggressive. Oh, this was actually not that aggressive play from All Gamers. I think they were still trying to get back into their final form after a big loss yesterday. Really covering their mentality right now. I think it's still on that recovery mode. Sometimes if you have a slow hard drive, the recovery takes a long time. Unless you have an SSD, which barely takes a few minutes. But maybe they're still on their hard drive right now. But after that match, it should be close to being done. Like 85%, 90% done. Because they're going to their favorite, All Gamers' favorite map. It is Ankara set number 2. Team Myth should be even more scared.
I mean, Team Myth, they didn't look too bad on the global risk side, though, that time. It was really
their
just their
reaction of their reacting against what All Gamers were doing. It was just way too slow. Unlike Team Myth, usually when that happens, Team Myth, they just fall back. They don't even move from the blacklist side. And they just stay still and says, okay, what do we want to do for the first minute and a half? And then they slowly work their way up. Like, they go down to, like, the final few seconds when that happens. But maybe because of the meta and the fast movement rotation from this entire tournament, all 6 teams are actually moving very fast. I think this is one great point that we do want to bring out before we go into our next map. Not all the teams play this fast, guys, but I think especially the underdog teams are trying to match the rotational speed. Unless they do that, they will be losing a lot of the parts on all maps, especially against Imperial, All Gamers, Celebi. The Vietnamese teams, actually both Team PG Sports included, very fast in terms of movement and rotation.
Oh yeah, Celebi was
Compared
especially
to
fast yesterday.
last year's grand finals and the years before, lots of internationals, they took a lot of time. Maybe it was the land pressure that they didn't have before for a long time, but still, I think this is one of the fastest in-game speed tournament that we actually have in a while.
Yeah, certainly in terms of movement. I mean, we saw that yesterday with Imperial, and if you missed Imperial's blacklist attacks yesterday, go back and watch that VOD because it was something to behold how fast they were moving. I mean, we thought all gamers were quick, but...
Yeah, but usually the slow teams don't really catch up. They still stick to their own playstyle, in some of the map at least. And then to bring out and then when it's working slowly, and then they change the speed and then catch them back up. That has been usually the drill for not just Team Myth, for lots of underdogs and the teams that like to play slower. But we haven't really seen that from any of the teams in this tournament. So that's one interesting point as we are going to be kicking into our second map, because I'm saying this because Team Myth, I think it's still better to actually play a bit slower like they are playing in their regional.
Yeah.
I know that all gamers are going to be eating up the map every second, but I think letting that happen might actually be better, because Team Myth, they're breaking apart and not really going into their favorite teamwork zone, I would say, because there's a lot more cover from all gamers. Like you've seen ZY and even just at least having a same trade 2v2 or a better trade against Team Myth. Often better because Team Myth, they did not have their backup member. When all gamers, they always had their backup nearby. So I think it's better to actually slowly move up against them, because when you have a total different speed, rotational speed against the meta, sometimes all gamers might actually be questioning themselves, like, where are they actually? Like, why are they not here? They should be here, because they are used to playing Chinese teams who match up to that same number of speed. So I think maybe giving some questions to your opponent by playing extremely slow might actually work out slightly better, because we're going into Ankara. That is the map for all gamers, as we know.
It's their favorite. They love to play on it, man.
And this could be the final map of Team Myth in their group stage. So this is the last of last for them.
This is the last match of the group stages. After this, we're going to be having a break.
Yeah, might as well
going
go
into
back
the semifinals.
That's why I'm saying might as well go back to your best strategy that you can play the best. You have the best teamwork. You know this map. This is how you play on the map. We'll see, because all gamers, they look to be back for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're about ready to get ready for the next game. Set 2 right now is all gamers just to clean it out.
And Team Myth, they're playing starting from blacklist. Let's see the rotational speed they want to go for. Okay, I'm loving this so far.
Yeah, look how fast they're playing.
All 5 going into quarters. Okay, let's see how they want to dive into A main. Quick headshot into G-Way. That's 4 already. That's just a Lucard left in the bench. He's left alone out against the 4.
Yeah, that defense by all gamers just absolutely phenomenal right there. And that's going to be a quick 30-40 second round right there. Only losing J-Way and all of that is ZQ picks up 3 kills, and the momentum continues building here for all gamers as they are riding high right now, and Team Myth just kind of grasping his straws, trying to find some kind of movement, some kind of tactic, some kind of way of entry fragging and getting something going here against all gamers, but it just doesn't seem to work.
That's a huge letdown. Round 1, a straight up rush to A side, B side. It's supposed to surprise the opponent oftentimes.
Yeah.
That's exactly why you go for that surprise attack, and then after you have a surprise attack, the next attack usually works so much better for the team. I think the captain really felt that we need to change something within the team right now, because that set 1 was a 10-2 score. Okay, Team Myth, after that 1 loss, it's okay. It was blocked entirely though. It was entirely, but let's just throw that one out to the trash and start fresh. Okay, against slower push this time. I like this. This has been the Team Myth style.
Oh, J-Way gets 1 and almost gets 2 right there as Hunt took a ton of damage right there to get the kill there on J-Way, and that's going to give a lot of insult to all gamers as the players are rotating back in right now. Horus is going to go down to even. ZQ waiting right here. The Ducks is going to be able to take out 1 more.
That doesn't really happen. Even actually cleaned up the missed person on top of A. ZQ did not even look on his back. He missed the target, but his teammate cleaned that up. That could have been a huge hole, but his teammates got his back all the time. That's all gamers. All of these guys just watching their back.
All gamers, all teamwork.
360 covered.
All right, Team Myth now playing a little bit more spread out. Not too much focus over here on A site as we just see Hunt kind of holding out outside of the air ducts. In the meantime, just kind of holding down the central passage. Or Penguin, Alucard, and
Trapped,
oh
or is it
man.
Bean trapped?
Oh, Bean's never trapped, man.
And no one else is coming for help. And
Yep.
Bean does win that 1v1. See, this isn't a trade. This was just solely 1v1. Alucard comes down, but that was a little too late. He was actually staying near the stairs for 4 seconds. I counted that.
I feel like if JWoww was going to move in like that, you need Alucard right behind him to be able to trade that kill out.
You saw Bean. You saw the sniper. Then very likely he's alone or with a teammate. So you need more manpower. That's what I'm saying, Team Mid. They're not as fast in terms of these backup players.
Yeah,
You
you
need to be
gotta,
really quick with the communication and the backup.
you gotta be able to trade those out, man. Very different playing 5v4 versus 4v4 in these matches. But now we see Team Myth once again.
Okay, A side one again. Good work. That's 1-1 trade with the teammate. Immediately backing up now. 2 on top. ZQ even.
And they're all coming through
passage.
ducts. Everyone's coming through ducts right now as Alucard's gonna make his way on the site right now, but just dropping like flies is even in ZQ. Cleaning up right now.
Wow, that's the thing. ZQ, he drops down, trusting his teammate all the time to watch a top, to really draw attention from the opponent, and then even just strike from the back. That's incredible.
Yeah, the teamwork coming out of all gamers has been phenomenal. I mean, this is one of the reasons why these guys are time and time again champions, and they are currently the reigning champions now. Is Team Myth pushing through?
Yeah, this is great. Team Myth at least these changing the rotation and coming back into A side. This could have been a surprise, but CQ and JWoww again. The defense is so stellar.
Man, even if it's a surprise, I am not feeling it right now for Team Myth. I mean, the nades did so much damage as they started that rotation, and the rifles just mow them down once they finally make their way onto A site. And all gamers right now.
Maybe it's time to stop A. There are lots of other paths. There's the yard, front yard, underpath B, the B office. Okay, about time to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, giving that quarter passage up to all gamers doesn't matter, but he likes that.
Yep, even as well.
Why is he coming out of Underdog all of a sudden? At least there's some control from the office. Penguin strikes back.
All right.
Knew that at least one was going to come out from the air duct.
Yeah. ZQ will finally finish him off over there on A side right now, and these players are kind of spread across
Hide
the
and
map.
seek around the
Yeah,
map, basically.
exactly.
They're playing free fall off in a way.
Oh, Forrest 1H right now, and Even's going to finish him off there with a pistol. The C4 on Hunt.
Hunt on an 8WM. This is a little surprise. Let's see how well he can actually pull this off. C4 going to that B side slowly through the underpath. CQ even near their base. They don't care if it's A or B. They will check either sites.
Yeah, they're confident in the retake.
Jump into the plant zone was easy. Totally empty. So Hunt, he wants to double check, see how far he can actually go. Might even be thinking about going into A site slowly.
Oh, ZQ's right there.
ZQ's on the gun first. Got the sniper gun slightly longer, as you can tell.
Man, look at ZQ's KDA right now. 10-0-2. Just absolutely phenomenal in the second half.
So CQ is certainly doing so well, defending everyone, but I think the key for all gamers right now is the backup from this guy from Compound and the second map into Ankara is insane. The reason why the first riflers can just dive and jump, do whatever they can is because of Even. They always have faith. Oh, ZQ still taking their base. The attack from Even actually goes into the B side. This is so much better for now, but there's forward trade. Okay, Alucard being 1-1 left now. Sniper versus rifle.
We'll see.
Alucard
not really aware. Oh, no!
The right way! Bean was right behind him all this time.
Team Myth with maybe their best shot in this one so far, but just caught unawares is Bean.
6-0, it's happening against 8.
I don't know, man. All gamers are playing on another level. I think they're ready for the semifinals.
I think in terms of strategy, Team Myth, they're actually switching it up pretty nicely, though. It's just not the shots are not landing on the right place.
Yep. Alucard, though, able to take down Even, and that's another big win for them as it's a 3v2 right now. Bean and JWoww, last remaining players here for all gamers as they want to continue this momentum, continue this sweep. See a nice little spread on the map, and JWoww's going to take him down. Bean has to get all three if they're going to walk away with a win on this round.
Yeah, Bean might be a little too early checking B side because after checking that, it might. Okay, shots fired in the B side. Okay, he doesn't go back to A. There's Bean, misses his drag. Nice move. Oh, that's
one.
Risky from Alucard, but that was 3-1, so I'll take that.
Oh, JWoww through the smoke and to get Team Myth on the board, 6-1. But man, what a half it's been so far as All Gamers is just absolutely dominating this right now. And as you said, I mean, I love that Team Myth, they're kind of mixing up their game plan, they're mixing up their shot calling, they're trying some new things, and they keep coming close in some of these rounds, but the gunplay from All Gamers has just been so good.
Finally, they register one on the board. It's not as late. They can still get 3 out of 6, which is a pretty good score, knowing that your opponent is All Gamers on this map. And here again, ZQ, JWay is changing his position. JWay's been near that air duct all the time now, going right next to the main phase place. Always wait for the flash. Nicely done.
JWoww on low HP will re-peek and get JWay. ZQ now moving in through the duct, coming back onto site. Team Myth, I'm liking this, what we're seeing out of them, man. They're starting to play with a little bit more confidence, I guess, when it feels like there's nothing left on the line, you have nothing left to lose. They're just kind of coming back into their game right now. But
Bean is here to just stop everything from flowing. It was slightly going towards Team Myth. Just a little bit. The flow started to just flow into the map here from the blacklist. But Bean controlling the under. Okay, he doesn't see the opponent.
Did he not see that?
Oh, but there's CY. Still in below. Yes, he find the target. No, he does not. The fight is here, but the battle still continues. Because ZY still kept in control of B long. Now that C4 is dropped. And ZQ has been running around the entire map all this time.
Yeah, he saw that nade coming up from mid by Penguin, and Penguin was unaware and just revealed his position right there, and he takes him down like a breeze. And right now, All Gamers just 3 rounds away from heading to the semifinals.
Okay, here comes Team Myth. Staying near the base. This is what I wanted to see from the beginning of this map, but a little too slow. Maybe a little too late, but slowly approaching. Up through the map, having one just to look at the look behind.
Hunt and vents again. JWay back in his little comfortable spot right here. He's going to get some damage there on Hunt, not able to connect with a knock. Hunt still up. Keep in mind he does have an AWM, so one bad peek. But no, take it under control, and he gets Penguin as well in the back. DQ also gets JWoww.
A side should not be the end when you're up against this good of a players.
JWay, unbelievable, 4 kills right there.
Was the biggest mistake for Team Myth to keep on approaching A side when they're feeling, of course, there's no weak link for All Gamers today, but when this duo, when JWay and JY, when they're defending so well, it's always a good thing to actually bring them out of their zone. This is where they're playing the best. Just go into a yard, make sure you have the split pressure. I think that was one of the best strategies they could have went for. They never went into the underpath. Only a couple. When they tried a member or two, it wasn't a duo, it wasn't a trio. It was just a solo. And then oftentimes it was being cut off by Bean. I think teammates really had to spend more members at a time together to break through.
All right. 2 more rounds and All Gamers are heading to the semifinals, and it feels like they have all the momentum in the world right now as they try to close this one out.
Hunter Alucard, double sniper from Team Myth. Let's see if that works out perfectly for them because they need 8 in a row to win the game.
Here we go. Already on A side is All Gamers. Hunt trying his best to defend. Alucard does get JWay. That's a nice initiation right there, but ZY fires back and trays out Hunt.
Alucard falls all the way behind. At least brings one more down while he was. Yep, and then waits for the rotation of the entire team actually coming through the quarters.
Yeah, really nice rotation there. This retake is starting to look like it might be viable as Even's on low HP. Penguin, Horus, and JWoww all just kind of licking their chops right outside the site, trying to get back in on it.
Nicely done, flashing a top, but not actually approaching, waiting for... Oh, yeah. Just to double check, JY went all the way to the B side because there was a chance that C4 could have Went to the other side.
Could have been a
instead.
sneaky play.
Also, was going to be having a lot of time, but now only 21 seconds. They do have to make a. Here's the commit.
Yep. Even will take out Penguin. Horse fires back to take down ZQ. Even though
buying time for JWoww to come down to the site.
Even knows where he
7
is.
seconds. I don't think he knows exactly.
Oh
the
no,
defuse
he
should-
did, but he didn't anymore.
No, not enough time for sure for the defuse. Needed a full more second. The fact that he went down means it just meant that he did not have enough time for the defuse.
Yeah,
That
got the
was-
kill, but not the win. As All Gamers now on the cusp of reaching the semifinals. 9-1 your score here in the first 10 rounds of set 2. So All Gamers is pushing through Central Passage, looking for that win.
Yeah, Team they're desperate. They're just running through. And that was a little too late. The card gone back to one coming out from Underpath. Bean will be laying on the ground. But there's still JWoww in that AC. The battle of the Jays, of course. J-Wave will be winning that duel. Plus even... Oh, actually targeting the stairs. That was a little wild attack there. Hunt still on the chase with 1 HP.
Yeah, Hunt.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Hunt the Hunter
Nicely
right
done.
there. Gets even. Alucard trying to find the angle there on ZQ, but ZQ's not going to give it to him. 1v2 right now. Hunt with a sliver of HP. Alucard will go down. And
Hunt is alive, but barely alive.
yeah, just 1 H.
Yeah, that HP. Oh,
Ah.
ZQ turns around at the right time. That is it. We have the second semifinalist. All Gamers, along with Celebi Last Legend from Group B, will be moving into that semifinals. Team Myth in this international did not really accomplish too much compared to what we thought as the best European. It used to be the other two teams like the Penta or Lazarus coming on top of the region. Now it seemed like it was back to Egypt, Anubis Gaming, and then Team Myth finally reaching the top two. Egyptian teams said, okay, we're the best from Europe. Let's see how far we can actually go, but they could not escape and go to the next round from the group stage.
Yeah, what we saw from Team Myth yesterday was a lot better than what we saw from them today. I mean, yesterday they showed a lot of diligence. You could tell that they had been practicing a lot. I mean, there were a lot of close rounds, but today, I mean, All Gamers, I think that they might be a little bit angry. They might be a little fired up from the match yesterday and
That is
losing
certainly
to
true.
Celebi. I think they have a lot to prove, and they certainly showed it, and they just ran away with that one.
Yeah, this was one of the matchup in terms of playstyle. I'm sure a lot of you guys, a lot of the fans were worried for Team Myth because All Gamers, their playstyle and the Chinese meta is actually like a big counter. I would say counter meta against how Team Myth was playing. I was trying to put them in nice words of how they should play in really slow, passive way. Let's take a look at the stage on what's happening.
viên nào nhất ấn tượng với anh?
我对他们的狙击手比较有印象吧，因为同样是打狙击的，对他们狙击手有印象。狙击手
Lại đây là谁呀？那个
阿卢卡。
mình có ấn tượng nhất với bạn Alucard.
So I'm very impressed about Anukas from Team It.
Vâng, và được biết là với chiến thắng vừa rồi thì các bạn sẽ gặp Imperial trong trận đấu tiếp theo. Vậy thì không biết là All Gamers các bạn đánh giá như thế nào về đối thủ sắp tới của mình đây?
So how do you think about the Imperial?
Ờ, 和 IMP 对阵，我觉得他们的实力也非常强，非常强。然后我们也会尽力去打好这场比赛。
Bên mình thấy thì đội Imperial thì khá là giỏi, thì chúng mình sẽ cố gắng hết sức cho trận đấu tiếp theo.
So Imperial is a very excellent team, so we'll do our best in the next battle with them.
Vâng, và theo như All Gamers thì ai sẽ là đại diện đầu tiên giành tấm vé bước vào trận chung kết của mùa giải CFS Summer Championship năm nay ạ?
So which team do you think will be the first team enter the finals tomorrow?
Ờ, 我觉得接下来的比赛谁先进决赛，我觉得我们会拼尽全力的先进决赛。
Chúng mình nghĩ thì AJ sẽ là đội đầu tiên sẽ vào đội chung kết.
Oh, very confident. He said that all gamers will be the first team enter the finals tomorrow. So let's see.
Và sau những trận đấu từ ngày hôm qua và kể cả là trận đấu vừa rồi trong ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta cũng thấy được là sự tài giỏi cũng như là sự quyết liệt của các bạn trong team All Gamers rồi, đúng không ạ? Và Khánh Linh xin chúc cho All Gamers sẽ tiếp tục đạt được những thành tích mà các bạn ấy mong muốn trong giải đấu năm nay. Xin cảm ơn các bạn.
So once again, thank you for just sharing, all gamers. And now it's time for you to relax and prepare for the semi-finals. Thank you. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the all gamers, they're the world champion, and they have proven us their excellent skills. And this year, I believe that all gamers can do something really special, maybe in the finals tomorrow.
And those were the words from All Gamers. Their confidence level certainly back in their default zone. I would say yesterday they were putting themselves in gear 1.
Yeah.
Now back to whatever gear they had to pull in. Something was malfunctioning yesterday. Maybe not just one malfunction. Many different stuff were pretty much just getting destroyed.
Yeah, they weren't playing their best game, but also, I mean, Celebi just really feeding off the energy of the crowd back there in Vietnam. I mean, they just played out of their minds too to go up against All Gamers, and ZQ with a 3.25.
Over 3 KD.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, there was one point in Ankara, I was watching the stat line. ZQ had 10 kills, 2 assists, and 0 deaths, and I think that might have been in like the first 5 rounds or something like that. Like, ZQ just playing absolutely phenomenally. I mean, All Gamers, they are firing on all cylinders, and I don't know, I think they really might be one of the first teams in the finals. It definitely feels like they're destined to go that way. It's going to be a tough road for any team to beat them at this point.
Was that a lucky shot from Celebi yesterday? Let's see, because right now All Gamers are back in full form. 10-10-1 will be the score. All Gamers, they seem to be back. Gotta give again mini MVP to Even. I think he was really I think the real key point, the difference between the two teams was not just the strategy, the instant backup from their teammates.
Yeah, that same game on Ankara where ZQ had 10 kills and no deaths, Even also had 7 kills and no deaths. Those two were 17-0 together. I mean, that is just absurd. We rarely see stat lines like that ever in Crossfire.
We have the updated standings. The top 2 will be moving into the semifinals. Imperial first place with 2 wins. PG Esports 1-1, and Pacific Makta will be dropping down. Will be end of their tournament run here, but in the future, I'm pretty sure we'll see another, maybe Pacific Makta, maybe a better Philippine team coming into international.
Pacific Makta, they had some good performances, you know. They had some good rounds. They had some really close sets. They can feel good about this one. I mean, a lot of Filipino fans at home are probably disappointed that their guys didn't make it to the finals or the semifinals, but you can be proud of that performance. I think they did well.
Oh, yes, certainly. And again, we have to talk about Celebi. 2 wins. Who would have expected them to actually be on top of Group B? They do have it. They secured that yesterday, actually. All Gamers defeating Team Myth, or at least securing that second place spot. That is huge because of this result, first place does go against a second place of the other group, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. And that means we're going to have a pretty crazy semifinal match coming up in a little bit.
Yeah. China versus Vietnam and China versus Brazil and Vietnam versus Vietnam. Is that what
I think
you're right. The match that we're going to have? And also Team Myth. What a run. What a run. In terms of sets, they had some chances, but in this specific tournament, I think it was really not matching to their play style here.
Yeah, they played really well on day one. I mean, day one, they didn't walk away with a win, but it was a very good showing. It was a very competitive series that they played. It's just that there was kind of a stylistic clash between they played at low tempo and All Gamers just like firing on all cylinders. I mean, I don't know if any team in the world could have won that best of 3 against All Gamers that we just saw. They were playing so well. Team Myth, I mean, go home, continue practicing because that was a good showing, and regardless of what the scoreboard says.
I think it was also the group. Group B is just stacked. And these other two, Celebi and All Gamers, these 2 opponents against Team Myth, they were just incredible, just so good. Maybe we'll see better of them in the future. Maybe different team from EU MENA can challenge these other 2 teams, but because of that, we'll have the matchup. I think it should be ready for you guys to see very soon, unless we have it coming up over here, or we'll have a full screen of that matchup.
In any case, I mean, the semifinal matches that we have coming later in the day are going to be fantastic. It should be that Brazilian team, super team playing against the super Chinese team, if I'm not mistaken, and then a guaranteed Vietnamese team in the finals is going to be very, very exciting. I mean,
for the home crowd, that guarantees a pretty good number of crowds still staying in that crowd for the grand final. So that's a big news. So that guarantees a Vietnam team in top 2 finish in international. I think it is the first time that Vietnam actually has a team in top 2 competitive CFS international. So this is not just a big buff from the home country. This is actually a big upgrade, a huge step as a region in the international scene.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, they're really improving as a group and taking out All Gamers. I mean, we saw the dominance the All Gamers had in that previous best of 3, and this is a team that lost to Celebi yesterday. I mean, Celebi, if they make it to the finals, which they might, I mean, they're playing out of their minds this weekend, I feel like they have a chance of maybe winning against All Gamers again, or even against the Brazilian super team. I mean, there's just so much talent from all 4 of these teams.
It might be Celebi versus Imperial. You don't know. We don't know who's going to be up on that grand finals.
Could be PG Esports. I mean, it could be anybody, man. Like, this is just, it's an incredible top 4, and it's really been a treat to cast this, a treat to watch these players play. This is some of the best crossfire action we've had all year.
Yeah, some of you guys might not have expected Brazil versus China to be in the semifinal, but only one team will be moving up to that final stage. But before we go into the semifinals, we do have a longer of a break because, of course, after the 2 matches, some of the teams didn't play today, but still, we do want to give them some rest before we go into semifinals. Semifinals, still best of 3, but just to recollect themselves, make sure they go over their strategy once again and get ready for that matchup because they didn't know who they were going to be fighting until the result of the matches that we had just had, the 2 matches of the group stage. So we'll take a longer of a break. When we come back, it will be the semifinals of those top 4 that we have from each group, the top 2 that we have from each group. So when we come back, the semifinals, the part 2 of day number 2 here at Crossfire Stars Summer Championship.